I would also remind you that we will try, we've got quite a full agenda, and I will try and stop at about every 2 hours for a comfort break. Of course, you're welcome to use the facilities here. And if you go out of that door and turn left, you'll find them. Or if you go out of that door and just go straight ahead, you'll find the toilets there. I think that's everything. And the first item on the agenda is to have a safety briefing.
Thank you, Chair. We're not expecting a fire drill today, so if one does go off, please leave via the nearest exit. That'll either be through those doors over there and down the stairs in which you came up, or out of the chamber fire door just there. The fire assembly point is in the car park out the front, and please don't use the elevator when you're going down. Thank you.
Okay, we now have apologies and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor David Brown, and we've also received apologies from Councillor Martin Goodell, who is substituted by Councillor Julia Huffer, who is also acting as Vice Chair today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, any members got any declarations of interest? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare that I am predetermined in agenda item number 6, that I would like to address the committee, and then I will leave and take no part in discussions or vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody else got? Lavinia.
Item 10, I called this application in to the planning committee, but I keep an open mind.
Okay, what item is this?
10, the Burwell Swaffham Road one.
Okay, which is okay, we now go on to the minutes. And I'd like you to tell me, members, if there's any reason that I should not sign the minutes from the 13th of August and on the 4th of September, I should not sign them as being a correct record.
Happy with that, Chair?
Everybody happy that I do that? I have had a note from a councillor in Soham, and he is disputing the precise wording of a previous meeting. Now, if speakers give us a copy of their speech, we can record them. If they just speak, it's impossible for the clerk to get every word perfect. So in this case, I'm going to give this note to the clerk and ask him to retain it, but I'm not going to change the minutes. That's that one there. I've now got a couple of announcements on item number 4. Gemma Driver is leaving us after over 5 years. And I'd like to wish her, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for the service she's given us. Wish her luck in Norwich, and thank her very much for what she's done for us. And also I'd like to welcome Rachel Gordon, who is joining us. And I think it's your first committee meeting. So welcome. And we now move on to item number 5, which is a tree preservation order in Aldrich. And can we have the officer's report, please? If I can speak from previous experience, would you speak close to the microphone and as clearly as possible, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is item 5 for the confirmation of tree preservation order E0524 for land southeast of 4 Meadowbrook, Aldrich, Cambridgeshire. On the plans, you'll see the location of the trees marked and circled within the Aldrich area. Was assured that members have received the updated comments as well from the parish council. And here is the overhead view showing it with tree 1, which is the main tree, being questioned, highlighted separately. And going back to this is a copy of the preservation order plan showing the trees numbered 1 to 9. and some pictures from the site. So T1 is the ash, which is the main one that's been brought into question for the order, and then there is T2 to tree 7 in the one photo, and T8 and 9 together. The main considerations for the committee to consider are the opinion of the tree owner and agent who objects to the confirmation of the tree of T1 in the TPO, and with the comments have been in the report, and the support for the TPO from the 2 neighbouring property owners and the parish council, and specifically with the neighbours mentioning tree T1. The amenity value of the trees and the visual impact of its loss on the local landscape, and the current lack of evidence supporting the need for removal of T1. The tree owner does not consider the T1 worthy of protection, but does not object to the order in respect to the other trees, since they perform an important landscape function. T1 is located away from the other trees in the order on the southern boundary, and is visible only from the head of the cul-de-sac and not from any longer distance views, and are of the opinion that the removal of T1 would have negligible impact on the overall landscape character of the area. T1 is close to the adjacent boundary and the neighbour's swimming pool, which will increase pressure to continually prune the tree. T1 is affected by ash dieback, but not currently excessive. The tree is vulnerable to the disease. Their owner is prepared to replace the T1 with up to 6 replacement trees if required. It's accepted that Ts 2 to 9 are clearly visible from the public domain and contribute to the wider landscape. Support for the TPO has been received from the neighbouring property owners and now the parish council. They support protection of including T1 from the neighbours due to the maturity of the tree, potential bat roost, and though there were no features associated with visible on the tree, but the species being native is likely to offer feeding possibilities for the tree. Both the neighbours have expressed their opinion that the tree T1 has an amenity value to themselves. The amenity value of a tree is a subjective assessment. The government website says that amenity is not defined in law, so need to exercise judgment when deciding whether it is within to make an order. The tree's amenity value was assessed using the tempo assessment method. T1 scored 16 points out of a maximum of 25, which puts it in the definitely merits TPO category, as can be seen in the appendix 4 of the report. Although public views of the tree T1 are limited, the size of it and makes it visible to neighbouring properties, both of which have expressed support for the TPO. The tree report has stated that T1 needed removal due to its potential with ash dieback. As members are aware, and I pointed out on site, the tree had suffered earlier in the year with ash sawfly, but there was no evidence that the tree had got ash dieback currently. And the genetic variation within ash means that that may be the tree that is resistant to it. We just don't know that information yet. Should the tree need to be removed in the future via a tree work application, the legislation only requires that 1 tree is put in as a replacement. If the tree was removed via a planning application, this would change. And currently our SPD for natural environment would require 6 trees, but with the biodiversity net gain legislation, that could be different altogether. It could be more, it could be less. That's outside of my remit. The protection of the trees was to protect them for the if the use of the owner or the ownership changes via future change of ownership or development of the site. Without the TPO, trees could be removed at the discretion of any future occupiers or owners, and they have their amenity value locality removed. In summary, the serving and confirmation of the order will protect the trees if the use or ownership of the land changes via any future approved development of this site and a change of ownership, which could result in the trees being removed at the discretion of any future occupiers should no TPO be in effect. Public amenity, which is the main criteria for serving a tree preservation order, can be described as a feature which benefits and enhances an area, contributing to the area's overall character for the public at large. In this case, the trees are clearly mature and early mature and visible from the public footpath as well as neighbouring gardens and the top of the close itself, and are considered to benefit the area in relation to their contribution to the landscape and therefore considered of significant public amenity value. As such, the officer's recommendation is the approval of the confirmation of the TPO without modification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. We now have an objector, Andrew Fleet. I think you know how to turn the microphone on.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this item on behalf of Meadowbarn Developments, who own the site and object to the TPO. I need to make it clear that our objection relates only to tree number 1, which our clients intend to fell to make way for the erection of a dwelling on the plot. You'll have seen the representations already submitted by Hutchinson's on behalf of our clients, which appear in your background papers, and I do not intend to merely reiterate the points made, which I hope you will take into account in any event. But rather I shall concentrate on what we consider to be the critical issues. I would emphasise that our arboricultural consultant does not agree that tree 1 is worthy of a TPO designation for the reasons set out in this detailed report. Whilst the tree is visible from 2 adjacent properties, it is separated from the main boundary belt and is only visible from the head of the cul-de-sac, which is a private drive. It is therefore not open to public views, and its removal would detract from the overall landscape quality of the area, particularly as our clients have proposed to replace it with 6 new trees to supplement the existing tree belt, a situation which your tree officer has indicated would be acceptable to your council, even if the TPO were to be confirmed. Bearing in mind it is already showing signs of dieback, such a solution would represent a significant gain in amenity terms. A planning inspector has already determined that T1 does not merit protection, paragraph 1.7 of the Hutchinson's representations. Importantly, the conclusions in section 5 of your report provide an incorrect amenity value for T1. Using the tempo method, it is stated that the tree scores 16 points, which places it in the highest category where the tree definitely merits a TPO. However, the actual score, using the assessment contained in your report, only adds up to 14 points, which at best indicates that a TPO is only just defensible. Bearing in mind the lack of public visibility, the risk of ash dieback, and the replacement planting our clients are proposing, we suggest that the score should be reduced further. We request the committee to omit T1 from the proposed TPO. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we got any questions for Mr. Fleet? Christine.
Good afternoon. Can you confirm if this tree is in a conservation area? Thank you.
I have had a letter from Haddenham Parish Council, and it's obviously all the members have had, I believe, sight of it. That's correct. You've all had a copy of a letter from Haddenham Parish, so I'll give it to the clerk for him to file, which obviously everybody's done it. Now, I've asked if you've got any questions for Mr. Fleet. If you haven't, then thank you very much indeed.
Oh,
I didn't see your hand.
did I? Which is why I asked you to sit the other end.
I do have a question for you.
Sorry, Mr. Fleet.
Mr. Fleet,
Sorry.
thank you for your presentation. just to ask you about why so special about T1 not having a preservation order. Just confirm that, please.
Clients have made 2 applications.
But the planning applications were dismissed, both by this council and by the planning inspectorate. Thank you very much.
Have you got any more questions at all? No? Thank you very much indeed. We now have Ian Bayers to speak, and also you've got, so we've got Jazz Davis is not coming.
Yes, he is. He's there.
You're coming in. I'm only reading from a note that says you're not highlighted. However, welcome. Between you, you have 5 minutes. So you're going to just speak as normally. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So dear committee members, thank you for the opportunity to express our support for this tree preservation order at Meadowbrook, as recommended by your tree officer and also endorsed by the parish council. As some of you may know, this particular site in Meadowbrook has a long history of planning applications. It's been refused 4 times by East Cambs and also twice at appeal. So why is this relevant? Well, this TPO is a direct result of the most recent planning refusal. On Friday, the 28th of June, East Cambs issued a planning refusal for the 6th attempt at gaining development approval at this site, quoting 2 key factors. First of all, the development would be out of keeping with the character and appearance of the area, and also insufficient was intentionally not submitted to support the categorisation of this mature ash tree T1. On the following Tuesday, the 2nd of July, a contractor appointed by the developer arrived at Meadowbrook to cut down this particular healthy, mature ash tree, referenced as T1 in the planning refusal. Due to concerns over whether the tree was covered under an existing TPO, plus we believe the tree T1 is a summer bat roost, as we have maternity bat roosts of 15 to 20 long-eared bats, which she was invited to come and look at. We contacted the East Cambs tree officer, who we understand visited the site and also spoke with the contractor while they're on site to explain the reasons for this interim TPO. For a TPO to be confirmed, we understand that the following key requirements need to be satisfied. First of all, does the tree have public amenity value? Well, yes, all the trees at the site form the southern boundary of Aldworth. They can be viewed from popular local public rights of way and make a positive contribution to the character and appearance of the area. The trees, including tree T1, provide a high level of amenity as they form a key outlook from living areas in our adjacent properties. And additionally, we believe they're used by bats, which we have at our property, and therefore the removal would have a detrimental impact to the local environment. So this clearly demonstrates a TPO would be in the public interest in terms of amenity and protected species, and the TPO would result in public amenity value. Secondly, is there a known or foreseeable threat to the tree? Well, yes, as just been confirmed, it can be demonstrated with any doubt that the trees covered under this TPO and T1 will remain under a known or foreseeable threat, as demonstrated by the developer sending a contractor to cut down this particular tree. Allowing T1 to be excluded from this TPO would remove a key reason for planning refusal for any future appeal for the recent decision, plus any new application. Plus, it would adversely impact protected species which have been identified at the site. So we therefore request the committee approve this particular TPO, including T1, as recommended by the tree officer and the parish council to protect public amenity from an immediate threat. Should the committee decide to include or exclude tree 1 from the TPO, We request a condition is included that full and detailed bat surveys are undertaken to satisfy legal obligations and also to ensure that any potential removal of this tree would not have any detrimental impact to the local environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Off you go.
It's lighting it to come on.
I'll turn this on.
Thank you for allowing me to add to what my neighbour Ian has said. Just to reiterate, I was concerned that the attempt to remove the tree was going to remove a very good amenity we have, rather than address the entirely reasonable issues that were raised by the planning committee earlier in the year. Some of you came out and saw the tree this morning. As you see, it's a nice, big, healthy tree. It's very close to my boundary. In fact, it overhangs my boundary. I feel it's almost become part of my garden. And I think I'm the only person who's actually made any attempt to look after the tree in the last 27 years. I certainly feel in the absence of any clear plan for this plot at the moment, given that previous applications to develop have all been refused, that removal of the tree would be unjustified anyway. I hope the planning committee is therefore able to confirm the TPO. We need to protect our native trees, and this will be a small contribution towards that. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Now, members, questions. Councillor Wilson.
The objector to the T1 being a TPO stated that it was a nuisance to local people, local neighbour, who because bits would fall into the swimming pool. I don't know whether that's you've ever been concerned about that particular thing.
Can I answer that? I do have a swimming pool in my garden. Leaves are my biggest problem, but the pool always gets decommissioned towards the end of September anyway, so there's a huge debris cover on it at the moment. So any leaves that fall off the tree don't go in the pool.
Thank you very much. Thorny issue this, although ashes don't have thorns. It seems, I'm not sure, it seems to me what you're saying is that the removal of this tree is thought, or removing this tree will be removing the impediment to building something there, whereas I think you've claimed that actually the planning permission has been refused about 3 or 4 times here. Is this true? Is this what you're saying?
Yes, so we presented in a committee a couple of years ago, and some of you were there for that, where the committee decided to refuse the plan application. It was then taken to appeal and then refused again. So development of this site has been refused 6 times since 1997. It's not an appropriate site for an equivalent building. The key reason, as they've already said, to remove this tree is so they can develop the site. So there's no need to remove this tree except to cut it down to try and sort of shape the future appeal.
Thank you very much.
Have we got any more?
Just ask about bats, can I?
Of course you can.
Thank you very much. How long do you think, can you estimate the bats have been there?
We moved into Meadowbrook about 12, 13 years ago, I think, and we found some mouse traps in the loft, and we thought, oh no, we've got mice. And then after finding that the cheese wasn't gone, there's droppings everywhere, we actually saw the bats up there. So my 7-year-old names them Betty and Bungle. They're a breeding family of bats. That's a registered maternity roost. There's around 15 of 20 of them, and often you'll see them. So we have to be careful with the roost in the loft to make sure we don't break any laws or anything. But in the summer months, we sit outside and see them flying around. They feed off the plot because it's a natural habitat for food for them, and we've seen them fly around the tree. We've raised this a number of times, but no bat surveys have ever been carried out, even though we've both seen them there and we have a registered bat roost.
Thank you very much.
It's totally irregular, Mr. Fleet, but you've got your hand up.
Sorry, basically we had a preliminary ecology report done on the site very recently with for the submission of our 2 applications that have recently been refused, and neither of them actually showed any bat activity in the area. Thank you.
So members will make a note of what's just been said. Officer, have you anything more to say?
Just noting that the objector.
I beg your pardon, I haven't said thank you very much indeed. You should go down and sit down. You intrigued me so much with your speech.
Yeah,
Officer.
just to say that the objector is correct in his maths of adding up the score for the TPO. It should have been scored at 14, which puts in the TPO defensible just. That is partly due to on the tempo team, it gives 2 scores for the expediency assessment, a 5 or a 3. 5 is immediate threat to the tree, including a section 211 notice, and foreseeable threat to the tree. I erred on the side of caution and gave it a 3, but it could easily have been a 5.
Thank you for that clarification. Members, questions for the officer? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. You showed us at the site visit the effect of the sawfly eating up some of the leaves, and this isn't a problem that would actually cause the tree any great problem. It can accept sawfly, presumably eating some of its leaves, but it hasn't got ash dieback at all, has it?
My assessment of the tree was that there was no indications that it got ash dieback currently. There wasn't the historic dieback, and generally with the leaves, when they get ash dieback, one of the key identifiers is they get a shape like a shepherd's crook, where they essentially bend over, and there was none of that.
No other questions?
Any other questions for the officer? No? Well, in which case we can now move on to general debate. So members, it's now's the time for you to make your comments. Councillor Ambrose Smith.
This is just a personal point, irrespective of the question of whether there are bats or no, whether there is ash dieback or not, irrespective of the fact that there's been a number of planning applications refused for various reasons. This tree does not form part of the street scene as the others do. And I do feel that there is a point where an owner should have some control over the piece of land that they happen to own. If a subsequent application comes forward, then that can be viewed. But this tree, irrespective of all those points, I think should be under the control of the landowner. That's my personal point of view. I accept that may not fit in particular with various policies, but there we are.
Thank you very much. Have we got any more questions?
Are we in debate? Are we
We're
in
in
debate?
debate.
I'm happy to go next.
You'd like
I'd
to
like to go
speak?
next, yeah. Thank you, Chair. I live in a house where there are blanket TPOs throughout my garden. I can't do anything to any of the trees in my garden. And whilst at some times of the year they're a nuisance, most of the time they're a joy. This tree is a joy. And remembering the history of this particular plot of land, this plot of land, as I remember, was cockled together by nibbling away at the residents either side, taking some of their back garden to create an extra plot. Personally, I would like to see whoever owns this land return that land to the original houses. And I am happy to recommend to the committee, I'm happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation and preserve this tree for as long as it is naturally alive, while it's providing maybe not a huge amenity value to anybody else other than the bats and the people immediately adjacent to it. It is still a beautiful tree that doesn't deserve to be hacked down so somebody else can squeeze yet another house in and yet make more money. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I have Councillor Trapp.
Oh, I'd just like to support Councillor Huffer in this. I'd be sorry to see that tree go. I think it's not part of the development. The development has been refused, so I don't see why it shouldn't stay, actually. But there's no reason why, and I think it should be staying there. And as the neighbours have said, although they do get the leaves from it, maybe some income, they don't believe, they're quite happy with that. And there's also the fact that the bats have been seen, I think, although the ecology report didn't show it. I think that maybe the ecology person missed the bats as they flew around. They're very easy to miss, actually, I think. So I'd like to second that.
Second.
And Councillor Huffer, you proposed
I'm
it.
proposing, yeah. Christine and then Gary.
Yes, we've got Councillor Whelan.
I think Councillor Trapp beat me to it because I was going to second it.
I'm afraid you've slipped into third place.
Yes, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's important to keep trees. It looks a very healthy tree, and it's obviously been there quite a long time, and it's just not acceptable just to cut down trees just to make room to squeeze other plots in when needed.
Thank you very much indeed. Just from a little what was going on between, are you withdrawing your seconding, Councillor Trapp?
Concede to my colleague.
Okay, so Councillor Whelan, you are seconding it now. Councillor Wilson.
I go along with this. The comment that my colleague made about the landowner being able to do what they want. I live in a conservation area, and all the trees in my garden are protected. I can't just chop any of them down without seeing them sorted out. But that doesn't stop a proper, if necessary, pruning or whatever. You just have to apply to, and the tree officer says, this is reasonable, and that's not reasonable. And we need trees. East Cambridgeshire is an area with probably fewer trees than almost anywhere else in the country. And so every tree is a good thing. And this particular tree is a beautiful tree and should be kept.
Have we any more members wish to speak under the debate section? Okay, well, if not, we have a proposer, Councillor Huffer, who wants to agree with the officer's recommendation and as in the agenda item 2.1 on page 47. That's what's being proposed. That's been seconded by Councillor Whelan, and I'm now going to go to the vote. So will those of you who are in favour of that please raise their hands? Will those of you against? That's easier to count. And any abstentions? So therefore, I don't need to see the figures. The TPO is confirmed as recommended by the officer. Thank you very much indeed. Those of you who wish to leave, please do so. Those who wish to stay, welcome to do so. Not everybody passes their 11 plus. Right, we now move on to item number 6. And Holly, would you please make your presentation? If you can remember the requests I did to the previous. If you
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll
speak
clearly. Thank you. So agenda item 6 Just before we start, can I please just clarify, it's pointed out to me that on the recommendation, point B should actually read the reference on the screen, not the one that's actually listed. So agenda item 6 concerns the erection of 21 age-restricted retirement bungalows with an associated community building, landscaping, access and associated infrastructure in Fordham. The site is shown on the screen. And members would have seen from the site visit today that it borders existing development along Station Road and Terrace Place, with Scottsdale's Garden Centre and Simpson's Garden Centre in the vicinity, and the site is on the screen there. The proposal, as set out on the screen, is the erection of 21 bungalows arranged predominantly in semi-detached pairs. The bungalows will be constructed using modern methods of construction, which will be highly insulated and highly sustainable. There is a community building as shown on the plan, demarcated in the red colour. The proposals include 3 affordable units identified as discount market sales, meaning that their value will be capped at 80% of the market value. As part of the proposed development, there will also be upgrades to the existing access, including footpath provision and extension onto Station Road and an uncontrolled pedestrian crossing point to link up to the existing northern footpath. There will be on-site landscape and biodiversity enhancements, as well as off-site net gain secured as part of the proposed heads of terms of the legal agreement. Just some indicative CGI image on the screen there of the proposed development showing the pairs of bungalows, and some site photos of the access in the top left, as well as the site and also Station Road itself in the bottom right on the existing development. The main considerations are as on the screen, and I will talk you through those in turn. With regards to the principal development, at a national and local level, it's recognised that there is an urgent need for specialist housing for older people. The National Planning Policy Framework sets out clearly that this type of specialist housing falls into a number of different groups. That is at 7.3 of the report. The proposal before members today falls more neatly into what is commonly known as retirement living or sheltered housing, also known as housing without care or housing with support. Reference to those terms is important as they can be used interchangeably throughout different measurements and reports. Within my report, the established need has been set out in terms of the council's own data within the Housing Needs of Specialist Groups report prepared by GL Hearn in 2021, as well as the applicant's own assessment and an independent report prepared on behalf of the local planning authority. With regards to the local plan, the council's local plan, as well as the Fordham neighbourhood plan, allows for exceptions outside of the development envelope for which this application site lies, under policy how 6 for retirement provision, retirement housing provision. Whilst the policy itself allows for nursing homes and care homes outside of the development envelope, it seeks to direct proposals such as that in front of members towards a settlement within the settlement boundaries. The applicant has provided an assessment of sites within both Fordham and Isleham as alternative potential locations for the development. All of these have been deemed not suitable for the proposed development for the reasons set out within the report. Whilst there is therefore a technical conflict with policy growth 2 and house 6 of the local plan and in turn policy 1 of the neighbourhood plan, the proposals are considered generally aligned with the objectives of the policy in delivering retirement housing in a sustainable location, noting the facilities provided within the village of Fordham itself. It is then important to look at material considerations that could potentially outweigh this policy conflict. Those are set out in depth within my report, notwithstanding the fact that this would meet an identified need. It would also allow potential releasing of existing housing within the village, family housing being released in the village, as well as for many of the material considerations set out within my report. It is considered for the reasons to be set out within my report that all of these benefits cumulatively weigh up to outweigh the technical policy conflict. With regards to the mix of housing, predominant provision on site is 2-bed with 6 3-bed units. As previously advised, 3 discount market sale units are to be provided. The policy target is for a total of 8 units on site, and therefore the site will be under providing 5 units. Notwithstanding, the policy does allow for a viability assessment to be submitted where the applicant is seeking an under provision. The viability assessment has been checked independently and corroborated by an independent contractor on behalf of the planning authority, which, taking into considerations the nature of the proposed development, that the maximum provision on site is 3 units being proposed. It is, however, important to note that as part of the Section 106 agreement, it is proposed to include a viability review mechanism, which effectively allows, should the site be able to actually generate potentially slightly higher profits or potentially be able to deliver more affordable housing, this could potentially come forward in the future. On that basis, general compliance policy, how 3 of the local plan is found. With regards to residential amenity, the site will be arranged around a central suds pond and open space. It is considered that given the low scale of development, the proposed development would not have any unacceptable residential amenity impacts upon surrounding occupiers and would provide a very good level of amenity for prospective occupiers. It is noted that a number of the gardens do appear smaller comparative to the plot itself, but it's important to note that the site has been designed around its intended end users and therefore provides a variety of different garden sizes for the end users' needs. There is a note and a planning condition relating to air source heat pumps and potentially also the noise management plan for the community building, noting the surrounding residential uses. With regards to visual amenity, the proposals were supported by a landscape visual impact assessment. This ultimately concludes very minor residual visual and landscape harm at a very localised level, which is outweighed by the delivery of high quality units and the site-wide landscaping scheme. There will be, it has been suggested that there should be a restriction of certain permitted development rights, noting the design of the dwellings and the open nature of the development internally to the site itself. With regards to highway access and safety, as noted, the proposed event would be providing a improved access to the site as well as a pedestrian footpath across the front of along Station Road with an uncontrolled pedestrian crossing to the north. There will be the access road is proposed for adoption, whereas the internal site itself is proposed as a shared surface road around a central open space area. Whilst this is not going to be offered for adoption, there are no highway concerns with regards to overall layout and the parking arrangements. Each property would benefit from policy compliant levels of parking as well as additional visitor parking and for the community building itself. There is also a bin store to the front of the site near the community building, which is intended for occupiers as well as the community building itself. Regarding ecology and trees, the site is bounded by a number of existing trees and hedgerows, as well as other neutral grassland in the centre. Given the proposed development, it is sought to mitigate the loss of the other neutral grassland on site with an off-site contribution, as well as other on-site enhancements, including the delivery of blue infrastructure, such as the suds pond, sedum roofs, tree planting and orchards, as well as improvements to the existing hedgerows. The provision of off-site net gain is an established practice. Whilst this site is not a mandatory biodiversity net gain site, it is still targeting the 10%, which will be secured with off-site provision. Again, as set out within the legal agreement, an appropriate financial contribution has been proposed towards that. There will also be, as part of planning condition, a detailed scheme of biodiversity net gain, landscaping and a management plan to understand exactly how that would be managed for the lifetime of the site. Regards to flood risk and drainage, the site has been designed following comments from the lead local flood authority around the central suds pond, taking into account the chalk in the area, which has been designed with the appropriate buffers around the drainage system. There are no objections to statutory consultees on this basis, and matters of water quality and pollution control are also considered to have been addressed. With regard to other material considerations, there are no concerns regarding historic environment contamination, and noting that with regards to climate change, the proposed dwellings are targeting EPC A rating, which is highly sustainable and is considered to accord with the objectives of the local plan as set out within the report. There is also a detailed list of heads of terms, including the optional care packages to be provided as part of the scheme itself, as well as the basic minimum for the site regarding site warden. As an overall recommendation, the proposals represent a scheme that is fully designed around its intended occupiers. The proposals provide a choice of high quality, accessible and future-proof bungalows in a sustainable location with variably sized gardens to suit a variety of needs. Each dwelling will be designed to enable independent living in later life, supported by smart technology and a site warden to aid day-to-day living with optional care packages available. The community building will also benefit residents and the wider community alike, facilitating engagement and reducing isolation. The provision of the retirement bungalows will also likely release local market housing and family homes back into the villages of Fordham and potentially Isleham. The dwellings are constructed with a very high level of efficiency and sustainability with EPC A ratings. Whilst below policy targets for affordable housing, the site will deliver a mix of tenures across the site, including 3 discount market sale units, make a contribution to the local affordable housing stock. And for the reasons already set out and those in my report, no other conflicts with the development plan are identified. And the proposed development seeks to mitigate for its own impacts through conditions and a Section 106 legal agreement. Cumulatively, all of the above benefits are considered to weigh significantly in favour of the application proposals to warrant departure from the development plan with the identified conflict with policy growth 2. It is on this basis that the application proposals are recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've now reached the point where Councillor Huffer, you're going to speak.
First.
Yes, and if you'd go and sit over there and then leave once you've answered any questions.
Oh. Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for allowing me to address you today. Those of you who know me will know that I fully understand the necessity of truly affordable housing, not just for the young or families, but for the older members of our community, which was why I've always championed CLT developments in my ward and beyond. Truly affordable homes for all generations. So when the applicant approached the Parish Council in Fordham, which I also happen to be a member, and asked to make a presentation, I attended and listened to see what benefits this site could bring to Fordham, as it's outside the development envelope and contrary to the Fordham neighbourhood plan. They spoke of well-designed houses and at a community room. It was sounding too good to be true. And then someone asked about the tenancy of the development. A housing association, you would think, as this is being proposed of affordable housing for the over 60s and only acceptable as an exception site as it is outside the development envelope and contrary to the Fordham neighbourhood plan. You can imagine my astonishment when they answered, no, all market housing. And no single bedroomed, but 2- and 3-bedroom bungalows. Who downsizes to a 3-bedroom bungalow at 60 plus? Then you would think, is this going to be truly affordable market housing? What would the market value be? I was stunned to discover the approximate market value would be in excess of £350,000. That was 2 years ago, so I can only surmise that that figure has increased. In my opinion, it cannot be considered to be affordable housing unless you're selling a property in London or Cambridge and looking to relocate to the country and have enough disposable income to be able to buy this kind of property outright, as no mortgage company would entertain a mortgage at 60 years old. The report states that Fordham has a need on a local level for this kind of housing. I would refute this. A 75-bed care home opened not 500 metres from this site in July. And I note that the officer references the fact that this type of development will free up housing in Fordham. Well, if there are anybody who are looking to free up large houses in Fordham, I don't know any of them. And I've lived there for nearly 30 years. That opened in July. And Fordham also benefits from not 1, but 2 independent living closes, numbering some 80 bungalows over 2 sites, run by Sanctuary, also with a warden, and 2 community areas, and only 50 metres from the care home. In Isleham, they have 25 bungalows for the over 55s, and the Lady Peyton homes at reduced rents for local residents. We have no shortage of truly affordable and suitable homes for elderly residents. I move on to the proposal to offer only 3 of the 21 units at a discount in contravention of the neighbourhood plan, which demands 40% or 8 units. Unacceptable on every level. The application also falls foul of our neighbourhood plan's environment policy, and buying units off-site to make up the net loss of almost 7% is again unacceptable on every level. This application is the kind of application that makes my blood boil. Outside the development envelope, contrary to the Fordham neighbourhood plan, under any other circumstances, it would have been refused out of hand. However, an attempt to get round this is being made by the applicant, as the only way they can attempt to get it approved is to call it an exception site. Normally reserved for sites like the one in Isleham, also in my ward, where a housing association is building 49 truly affordable homes for local people run by a housing association. This is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's a pseudo exception site. 21 units, with only 3 of those being proposed at a discount market rate, which I've just calculated would be roughly about £307,000. I can think of no one in my ward that would be able to benefit from this site. It is a marketing development, pure and simple. It is not affordable housing development. It is contrary to the Fordham neighbourhood plan, which this committee has a duty to protect. It is outside the development envelope, which this committee has a duty to protect. If you allow this development to proceed, it will open the floodgates to pseudo-exception sites all over the district. The applicant is trying to exploit a loophole. Please don't allow this to happen and refuse this application.
Thank you very much. Members, questions for Councillor Huffer? Councillor Trapp.
Sorry, I haven't actually seen the claim in the report that we've had about how much, whether it's going to be affordable, any affordable housing.
John, they're offering 3 discounted market value houses at 20% off, so 80%. So assuming that the cheapest of these bungalows is 385 or 360,000, you take off 20% off that, it's about 77,000, which brings it down. But that there should be, for 21 units, there should be 8 within the Fordham neighbourhood plan, and within the local policy, it should be 30, but the Fordham neighbourhood plan asks for 40% affordable housing for any development over 9. They're coming up with 3 because they say they can't justify it, or it's unviable. Well, don't build it then.
Yes, have a second.
The Fordham has a neighbourhood plan, doesn't it? Does it include something like this?
No, because, oh, no, we already have quite a lot of provision for elderly residents. We have at least 2 sites with individual bungalows on the site with 2 community rooms. They're in Withers Place and Harry Palmer Close. They're opposite each other. They're very close to the shops, and they are within striking distance of the brand new care home, which opened at the beginning of September, end of July. We are well served for our elderly residents. And I know they're talking about the drip feeding and that it will go out in a concentric circle. It'll be offered to villages. As I said, I respect what Councillor Ambrose Smith said earlier about people selling their family homes. I can't think of a single person that would in Fordham that would, even if they sold their family home, would be able to go and buy one of these. This is market housing. It doesn't matter how you dress it up. You can call it over 60s. You can call it what you like. If they hadn't put on the over 60s tag on this, it would have been refused.
Thank you.
Members, any more questions? Councillor Wilson.
Why do you think they've said over 60? Because at 60, you're hardly an elderly person nowadays.
I would completely agree, Gareth. I am far from elderly. I assume this forms part of the exception. So it either has to be local association housing, which forms an exception site. So if you want to do, like in Isleham, where it was outside the development envelope, it was outside the Isleham neighbourhood plan, but it is all affordable housing, truly affordable housing, because it's going to be done by a housing association, and people that need that kind of housing, that I completely support, would do that. And I have to say that if this scheme came forward as a completely affordable housing thingy, I would support it. I will not support something that is clearly just trying to sell market housing, and that's what this is trying to do. This is not a true exception site.
Members, any more questions? Councillor Ambrose Smith.
You did refer to why the need for 2 or 3 bedroom bungalows. As you said, people of 60 are not elderly. Many will be working. They may have grown-up families who may want to come and visit. Some may even have grandchildren. Further down the line, when they are older and perhaps needing care, there may be a room needed for a carer to sleep. In some conditions, it might be better if a couple occupies single bedroom, separate bedrooms. So that need for 2 or possibly 3 bedrooms, I think, is not out of the way. Just my point of view.
And again, Councillor Ambrose Smith, if this was coming forward as what I would call a truly affordable as a site, and they had 2-bedroom units in it, but this was done through a housing association, where they're not just selling to the richest pensioners or the richest potential retirees. I would support that, but this is not that kind of scheme. This is market housing dressed up to be something else.
Is that it? Any more questions for Councillor Huffer? No, in which case, thank you very much. And will one of the councillors over in that area keep an eye that when this item is finished, that we go and retrieve Councillor Huffer? Thank you. And we now have Christopher Stanley, joined by Malcolm Roper. If you'd both come up and speak. If you haven't done it before, you'll have a light warning you when it's getting within a minute of your finish. And make sure you press the... Well, just when you finish, move it over to the other gen. Oh, you've got it.
I would like to mention, Chairman, that I am over 80 and I'm not considering downsizing yet.
You're not. I share the ageism with you.
Thank you.
Please start when you wish.
Chairman and members of the Planning Committee, the proposed development is outside the development envelope as shown in the Fordham Neighbourhood Plan. The proposed site would extend the village into open countryside, which is not the wishes of the community as demonstrated at the referendum for the Fordham Neighbourhood Plan. Through the National Planning Policy Framework, the government gave extra protection to neighbourhood plans, which includes policies and allocation of housing development, which is the very reason why Fordham Parish Council produced its neighbourhood plan. The Parish Council gave a great deal of consideration to the development envelope, as it did not wish to expand the village into the open countryside, but contain it as far as possible within the existing boundary. It is clear that this proposal expands the village into the open countryside. The Parish Council asked the committee to respect the wishes of the residents of Fordham, acknowledge the Fordham Neighbourhood Plan, and take into account that Fordham is taking far more development in East Cambridgeshire, with larger growth than any other of the larger villages in the district. more than 43%, which is over 500 dwellings. The proposed development is specifically for elder people, and the parish council are concerned that the development, being on the outskirts of the village, is isolated from the village. The closest shop is round about half a mile from the site, and the centre of the village is obviously even further. Elderly residents would have to drive into the village, or if fit but unable to drive, would have to walk some distance to shop, to visit the recreation ground, or to attend a concert or whatever at the village hall. In any event, the parish council consider this site to be inappropriate for such a development. If permission were granted as submitted for retirement homes, then it could soon be changed to a normal housing development on the grounds that a principle of development had been established. The parish council respectfully asked the planning committee to refuse this application for all the given reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. If you'd like to go ahead. Are you going to speak, Mr. Roper?
No, I have nothing to say.
Okay. Oh, I misunderstood.
My supporter.
I support, yeah. Support.
Right. Okay. So, planning committee members, questions. Councillor Ambrose Smith. Question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Why do you feel that older people need to have to walk to a village shop to get their shopping? All the major supermarkets deliver, Amazon delivers. I do very little shopping in person. You know, people come to me. I drive when I want to drive. If I want to go out somewhere, I go out. I'm nearly 70. I don't consider myself old and decrepit. You know, you're getting a stereotype here that is out of, you know, it's past its sell-by date. I think you should move on. And also, why do you feel that this is in open countryside? I stood at the entrance to this site and there were buildings all around the back of it. It didn't seem to be an open countryside feel to me. I mean, why do you feel that that's in the middle of nowhere?
It is beyond the Fordham neighbourhood plan because originally, and before the development next to it, it was definitely in open countryside. It remains in open countryside because once that is developed, then the open countryside moves further out of the village. Next to that is cultivated agricultural land behind it. It is only the frontage houses that it's really a backland development behind the houses on the front of Station Road.
All I can say is it didn't feel to me like, you know, out in the open countryside, but I accept what you say. Thank you.
Have we any questions? That's not, we will get to the debate stage later. Councillor Trapp, you're on the list.
Oh gosh, how gratifying. You've mentioned the possibility of driving or walking. What about cycling to the village centre? And could one ask about the cycle paths between that development and the centre? Are there any? Are they very good form?
There are no cycle paths.
So one would be tottering on a bicycle.
So they'd be on a bicycle.
Yeah.
That is quite an busy road, the sort of Newmarket Street Road.
Okay, and the other question I have to you is what actually Councillor Huffer was saying, that were this to be affordable housing, 100% affordable housing, how would you be reacting to that?
I think the parish council would be quite happy with affordable housing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? No?
One more question.
Oh, it's granted.
Thank you. I noticed there was quite a bit of problem with the leading flood prevention or firefight, whatever it is, about the drainage of water. Do you know if that field is suffers from waterlogging or not?
Yeah, the one adjacent to it does. And there is also a stream further down.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm assuming that's the questions to the speaker. Okay, thank you very much indeed. And we have Dr. Stephen Ladyman, who's the agent.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for allowing me to address you. My name is Stephen Ladyman. I'm a director of the company that will operate this scheme once built. I've worked in the retirement sector and with the National Health Service for many years. I'm also a former health minister. The Chief Medical Officer recently used an annual report to highlight what he called the absolute priority of creating environments for older people in areas like Fordham. Older people don't want to move out of their local community into urban apartments. The Housing Needs Report for Specific Groups 2021 demonstrated a clear shortfall in the availability of retirement housing with support in all areas across Cambridgeshire and West Suffolk. In addition, across England, ours is an ageing population, and the need for good quality, purpose-built accommodation to support older people to be able to live independent and healthy lives for as long as possible has to be addressed. This application is for a C3 planning use class, but this is a specialist proposal. It should not be mistaken for typical market housing, and the developer's intention is to go beyond the normal criteria for C3 retirement accommodation. Most providers of this type of accommodation simply create properties that are sold on an age-restricted basis, sometimes with a part-time warden and sometimes without, and they seldom have much in the way of shared community facilities. The Sage House living retirement model is more comparable to sheltered living, with all homes coming with a 24-hour monitored alarm and a site manager based on site and available to assist residents with any issues. For those residents who require additional care, the Sage House Living Domiciliary Care Package will be made available. In addition, the community hub that's going to be built on site will be designed as a versatile space that will provide meals and activities every day. Residents will not have to use the services provided. We're not creating a care home. Their low-rise bungalow homes will be designed to make independent living easier, even if they have restricted mobility, and they will include the latest in assistive technology. But if they need additional support, it will be available. And the people who move into this new scheme will all be freeing up homes for local families. This is a sustainable scheme on the edge of an existing settlement so that residents have access to existing facilities. The developer was not able to identify any other suitable or available sites in Fordham, and it is extremely challenging to bring forward sites suitable for low-rise bungalow properties, which is what many older people say they're looking for. With a severe lack of sites allocated specifically for elderly housing, this is why housing needs for the elderly continue to go unmet, especially in rural locations. The properties proposed at this site are purposefully designed to make independent living easier, even if residents have restricted mobility. Modern building techniques will ensure the scheme's carbon footprint is minimized, and a sympathetic soft landscaping scheme will ensure that it's visually appealing and will address the biodiversity issues raised by some of the consultees. This scheme offers independent living for older people with support available when it's wanted, if it's wanted. It's a much needed, sustainable, visually attractive scheme. And I hope you'll support it. And if you do, we'll be happy to work with officers to address any outstanding concerns or queries. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Questions? Where you go.
Thank you, Chair. Just to buttress the point made by Councillor Hoffer previously regarding to the capacity for 3 units as opposed to the 8 recommended units of affordable housing, can you comment on that, please?
The housing survey actually identified a need for market housing as well as for affordable housing. This addresses the need for market housing, but for older people. I noticed a lot of the comments and questions that were asked were talking about the age of the people who will be living in this type of accommodation. In my experience, the people who will move into this type of accommodation will probably be over 75. And actually, my guess is that the average age will probably be closer to 80. They're people with restricted mobility who've been living in their own properties all their life. They don't want to become tenants just because they've got older and their mobility is restricted. They want to have access to this type of accommodation.
Thank you, but I'm trying to ask, why are you providing 3 as opposed to the recommended 8 affordable housing? That's what I'm asking.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
According to the papers, you're only providing 3 affordable housing units as opposed to the recommended 8. Can you clarify the reasons why?
Because if we're going to provide community facilities on site, there's a cost to doing that. So if you provide more than 3, the scheme simply ceases to be viable after that.
Thank you. Second question, in regards to the comments made by the technical officers access team, they mentioned in regards to in-suites in the main bedroom, that the in-suites are not compatible for people with disabilities. Can you comment on the comments made by the technical officer?
We'll go as far as we can to make sure that all the ensuite facilities are suitable for people with restricted mobility. The whole scheme is designed around people who may become increasingly restricted in their mobility as they age. So the facilities will be designed to accommodate their needs.
Thank you. Just because there's a comment in regards to the current plan has the door opening inward as opposed to outwards, and there's not been any comment. I've not seen any other comments in regards to addressing that particular comment from the technical officer.
We can certainly address that with officers if the scheme is approved. It is normal to have doors of toilets opening outwards in elderly accommodation, because if somebody collapses, it's necessary to be able to get in there to get at them. And if the door opens inwards, they can collapse in a way where you can't access the door. So that's the sort of design consideration that we'd be more than happy to talk to officers about.
Thank you. Third question, in regards to the refuse collection, we went there this morning and someone mentioned in regards to an additional optional upgrade for a warden to take away their refuse collections. Is that correct?
I didn't understand that. Could you
So
repeat?
basically, because of the collection itself is because of the distance from the private property. So people collecting the refuse collections will not come into the property. They'll have to walk a certain distance to be collected. And there was a mention of an additional charge to the residents if they wanted their bins to be collected from their residential homes to the, is that correct?
No, I don't believe that's correct. As the people who manage this site, my normal intention is to manage the site in a way that the people who live there think meets their own needs. So all of those sorts of considerations would be discussed with the people who move in, and we'd make appropriate arrangements for them for that. It's not a practice to charge for that at any of my other sites, so I don't see why I would charge for that at this site.
Thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Wilson.
So, thank you. what was the reason behind not providing the normal amount of affordable housing on this site?
It's the housing needs survey has identified a need for retirement market housing. And that's what this scheme has been designed to meet. It is not a care home. In my experience, the thing that most older people want to avoid is ultimately having to live in a care home. What they want is to maintain their independence. And if people they've bought their own properties, they've lived in their own properties all their lives, they don't want to suddenly become a tenant just because they're getting a little bit more frail. They want to continue to live in their own property, and that's what this scheme will allow them to do. And it'll allow them to maintain their independence, so they're absolutely not moving into a care home, and we're not going to run it like a care home. That's the last thing we would want to do.
But if they get to a stage where they can't cope at all, then they'll have to move out, won't they? Because they're not going to get a care home type provision like food on a regular basis for every meal and that sort of thing.
You'd be surprised what service we can provide for people in their own property. I have a scheme in Cheltenham that I manage where the national, it's independent, they're apartments rather than bungalows, but the National Health Service actually paid us to keep one of our residents in her own property, even though she was now needing end-of-life care and she was entirely bedridden. So under the NHS continuing care scheme, we managed that lady's end of life in her own apartment that she'd moved into. We can actually go quite a long way to providing the same sort of support for people on an individual basis, if that's what they need. If it becomes unsafe for them to live in that type of environment, or if for some reason perhaps they can't, for financial reasons, it stops being viable for them to stay in that environment, then yes, at that point, they would move out. But in my experience, they move out not into a care home, but into a nursing home, which is a very different thing. We can provide the sort of support that they need all the way up to that point, and they can maintain their independence in that type of environment.
Thank you. If I can just say, this is a session that goes from the councillors to the speakers, and it's not another sales presentation. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I've got about 5 questions, if you don't bear with me. Thank you for your report comments. Just addressing one of them, you said in that the application that you made will address the net biodiversity concerns raised by the consultees. Yet, reading the papers, all you're doing is actually buying credits elsewhere. So I'm not sure if you could sort of tell me how your application is actually addressing those.
Well, there's two ways that's done. One is to buy credits elsewhere, but also to make sure that the landscaping scheme at this site is designed to address some of those issues. So we'll work with officers and we'll work with the consultees to design a landscaping scheme that meets those, as far as possible, those needs.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair. The second one, you talk about, and it's touching on affordable homes, and I'm sensing that this is not necessarily affordable housing for rent. This is for buying, and these people the 3, and I'll touch on that in a minute, but the 3 affordable homes will be people who've got current homes at the moment. Because I just did a quick, I've been on to, whilst you were talking, I went on to Money Saving Expert, Martin Lewis. Other comparison sites are available, and I kicked in there £300,000 over 20 years, probably 60 to 80. And that's £1,897 a month. So that's not really affordable, but it seems that that's not the market that you're addressing that. So my question is really, the second one is on 7.37. It talks about financial viability with the profit of 15%. is that net profit? Is that gross profit? What is that looking at?
But financial viability is a calculation that the developer needs to do to make sure that the additional costs of bringing this type of scheme forward still allows him to make a margin on the development. Now, because there's a community facility built into this, there's a cost to building that. That facility can't be sold. It's simply a service to the people who are going to live on this site. It's not recovered through, it can only be recovered through the sales of the other properties on site, which is why, as I answered to the councillor earlier, if we delivered 8 of these market discount properties, then the scheme would no longer be available. So that's why the figure of 3 has been identified. It means that the scheme remains financially viable for the developer.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, one final question, and it's probably not a planning one, so if it isn't, then please stop me. You touched on to a colleague earlier about, obviously, if somebody became ill, they could end up going into a nursing home. And say that's a nursing home because they've got assets, they would be subject to paying. But the asset they've got is within your development, but their children can't go move into it and sell their other house because they're not allowed to through age. I'm just wondering how that is going to. You've got somebody who's maybe having to go into a nursing home who could end up worrying themselves sick because of financial situations. So are you not building up a potential time bomb 20 years down the road?
No, because if first of all, when it comes to the support that you can receive from the local council to support your care, there's a calculation that's done on the basis of the amount of savings you've got. When your savings, I'm talking about the current arrangements, you know, who knows what the government has changed it to in the future. But under the current arrangements, when your savings fall below a certain level, then your care, the finances of your care package get supported by the local council. But they cannot take into account, under the current rules, the equity you have in your own house. So if you move into one of these developments and your income drops below your savings, your liquid savings drop below a certain level, and you need care, then you'll be supported to provide that care by the local council. If you move out and move into a nursing home, yes, then the council will want to recover the costs of your nursing care at some point. So if you're never going to return to your property, then yes, it would get sold, and then the assets could be used to support the cost of your nursing care. That's absolutely no different than the situation if you stayed in your
I beg your pardon. I did ask you to limit your answers and say it wasn't a promotional speech, and I think you're getting very near to that, sir.
I'm sorry about that. I'm just answering the question.
Councillor Sharp, if you'd ask a question.
Thank you. I think, how many other sort of developments like this do you have? I mean, say Sage House Living or similar. Have you mentioned one in Cheltenham, so maybe you have quite a few more.
Oak Retirement manages 4 different developments around the country. We're a relatively small organisation in terms of managing these sites. I was previously a chief executive of a company that had 32 sites around the country until I set up Oak Retirement. Sage House Living is looking at a number of sites around the country. I believe this will be the first one for which they get planning permission if you approve it.
Okay. And how big are the other sites?
My other sites range from 86 properties down to, which is a scheme in Hampshire, down to 34 properties, a scheme in Henley-on-Thames, 55 properties in Cheltenham, and 40 properties in a place called Balsall Common near Solihull.
Thank you. We have some photographs of this on our pages here. Are those indicative of what might be coming? Sorry, Holly, if you can put them up. Yes, that's the ones, yes.
Yeah, yes, they are indicative.
And they've got photovoltaics panels?
The plan is to use air source heat pumps, and because it's a modern building techniques, the intention is that the scheme will be as close to zero carbon as possible.
Is that why it's called Sage House, as like passive house?
It is indeed, yes.
Thank you. All right. The other one is you will have, I believe, a sedum roof. Who's going to maintain that? Because I've looked into sedum roofs and it's very, they're quite difficult to maintain, I think.
As the management company, we will be responsible for the management of the entire site and for the built infrastructure on the site. That will be paid for by the service charges the people who live there pay for the management of the site.
And typically, what are the service charges?
Well, they can, depends on the level of service that are provided, but I have a scheme which is very similar to this in Henley-on-Thames, and the service charges there are about £250 a calendar month. But that includes all building management, insurance, cleaning, etc.
Thank you very much.
And Rose Smith.
You discussed the value of a community building on site. In my own community, we've got 2 or 3 either built or in the pipeline, and I know the cost of those. What would you, yours would obviously be smaller than the ones we are contemplating. What sort of value would you put on those in terms of build costs and so on?
The build cost for the community building will probably be somewhere between 1 and 2 times the cost of each of the properties on site. So effectively, we'd be building
700,000 or 800,000.
That sort of amount.
Yeah, that's probably what I had in mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'd just like to ask a couple of questions. You talked about market needs quite a few times, and I wasn't quite clear what area. Normally when an applicant comes, they talk about market needs in that ward or in that village. I seem to pick up that you were talking more in terms of Cambridgeshire and in fact West Suffolk. What was the answer to that?
The market survey that I was referring to is across Cambridgeshire and West Sussex. Yes, you're correct. But we believe there's a need for this type of market retirement accommodation in Fordham itself.
So the market needs study you've done includes all of Cambridgeshire, because I'm told that in Fordham there is adequate housing of this type and they don't need any more. But if you include Cambridgeshire, which could be 40 miles away, that would be a factor.
That's not our belief. If we didn't think there was sufficient local interest in this type of accommodation, we wouldn't be wanting to develop it. We wouldn't be able to sell it.
Local's a big word, isn't it?
Sorry?
Local's a flexible word. Anyway, I've got a couple more questions. If you said that the person moving into your properties would be in the region, from your experience, of about 70 to 80, which to me means, although I've got an interest in this, it means that they won't be in there very long, and they'll probably, the equity of these houses would go to relatives, children, or even grandchildren, but they wouldn't be able to move in, as I understand it, because they can only be occupied by people who are over 60. So if they inherit one of these houses, they've actually got something which is going to be of limited appeal to dispose of. Am I right?
That they will sell it and they'll release the equity from it for their own purposes. That's fairly normal in these types of development.
But they can only sell to people who are over 60.
In terms of how long people will live there, in my experience, the average, and it's getting longer all the time, I'm happy to say, is 8 years.
Okay, so it's 8 years. All right, that's fine. Thank you. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me and giving me your time.
Thank you. We've now got comments from the officer.
If it's okay, Chair, I'll start. I'm just going to cover a few sort of general points which have been made throughout the discussions. I think the first thing to clarify here is this isn't an exception site. Officers have not considered it under the policy as a rural exception site, and we are not considering these as affordable dwellings as you would for an exception site. Moving on to that, with regards to the discussion around the neighbourhood plans, it should be noted that the neighbourhood plans obviously are given weight and have been done so throughout the office's report, but also the neighbourhood plans can't seek to have less development than is contained within the local plan and within the NPPF. And as the office's report has outlined, that is where the material considerations are that they've been weighing up against the policies which Holly outlined earlier. So that's House 6 and remind me.
And policy 1.
Sorry, loud.
Sorry, that's House 6 of the local plan, as well as Growth 2 of the local plan and policy 1 of the Fordham neighbourhood plan.
So what members need to do in their deliberations is basically look at the need which has been identified within the officer's report and weigh up the benefit of these houses against the technical objections contained within those policies. Thank you. Ollie, I'll let you go on to more specifics.
Thank you, David. So as David's already qualified, and I will provide some further information, the regards to the need, it's not an exception site. These aren't being advanced as affordable homes. The need for affordable provision within the site is dictated by policy House 6 of the local plan, which requires varying percentages of affordable housing, and that is why the requirement for 8 units exists. Policy House 3 does allow for viability to be advanced only where that is supported by an appropriate assessment that has been done and has been verified, and for the reasons put forward, 3 units is the maximum to be delivered on the site. With regards to need, because the question was specifically raised, at 7.14 of my report, there is a table which was prepared by an independent consultant on behalf of the local planning authority, which provides an overall need of market, older persons housing without care, within which this proposal would fall, of 330 to the year 2043. Specifically for the Fordham and Isleham ward, that is 34. If you drill down to the Fordham settlement, that is also 15, and that is specifically for market. With regards to the provision within Fordham itself, there is a 75-bed care home, that is correct, but it does not fall within the same use class as this development, so it does not address that need, as I've just outlined. The other sanctuary sites would also not be addressing this need because they do fall within the social care element of that, so therefore they do not fall within the same bracket. With regards to other points, the off-site ecology, that is an established practice. Indeed, it follows the mitigation hierarchy set out within the National Planning Policy Framework and is something that under the mandatory regime, which this site isn't, but it is still a relevant matter to raise, it is still something that is able to mitigate for off-site losses. To put it quite simply, the other neutral grassland occupies a large portion of the site. It would not be possible to provide that all on site should the development come forwards. It's not really possible to do that given the site area. So on that basis, it's considered to be acceptable. They would be seeking some off-site provision to mitigate specifically that loss of habitat. There is, however, other net gains on site with regards to different types of habitats being provided, not least trees, upgrades to the hedgerows, and including inclusion of blue infrastructure such as the suds and the reed beds associated with that. It was raised that the images on the screen were indicative. To clarify, they are indicative because they're computer-generated images, but we do have detailed plans for this proposal, so therefore that is pretty much what they would look like. That was just to give you a flavour really of what the materials would be like. Check my notes. And with regards to the need and the mix, so it's predominantly 2 beds, as noted, but there are some 3 beds. It was raised by a number of members that this does actually allow for live-in carers. It also allows for different needs, and it does also meet with the strategic housing market assessment and the report prepared by GL Hearn, which is the housing needs for specific groups, which identifies that 2 and 3 beds are required for elderly populations. I believe that's everything I would like to add. Thank you.
We now have questions to the officer. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 2 questions, and I'll do the first one, which Holly touched on just now, and I'm trying to get my understanding of it. Table 7.14, where we talk about the need for older person housing without care and with care. We've got the figures there. Are they the additional need that's required up until 2043, or are they the current need, including what's already been provided within the district? Because you've got a minus number, for example, on social landlords. So I'm just trying to understand the table, which I don't at the moment.
Thank you. Yes, they are the additional units required. So because the negative numbers in red indicates a surplus of social in this particular area and for the district as well. So that is the need to 2043 that is required. So we need the additional number of units. Okay,
if I can come back on that. So would that include, I'm thinking specifically, and I know it's not similar to this application, but the Bottisham application, which was allowed, is that included in here because it's been granted, or obviously not built yet? Is it what's been granted and built, or?
Thank you. So that would actually fall under the older person's housing with care. So it's important to note that Bottisham was an integrated retirement community, known as extra care. So that's a different type of provision. You can see that data is 1,088 for that type. So this actually, it wouldn't affect the needs or the provision for this particular site.
Yeah, sorry to come back through. Sorry to labour the point. I understand what you're saying, and it's not related to this, but is the 10888, does that include the Bottisham provision, or is that on top of the Bottisham provision?
I would need to double check that it was flagged to the consultants that the Bottisham appeal had been allowed, but I don't think it's particularly relevant for this proposal because it's not meeting the same need as this one is.
Okay, thank you. My other question, Chair, through you, is and it was touched on, I think, by Councillor Trapp. In the report, there's fairly toing and throwing between us and the flood authority in terms of their happiness with the proposal. And I know this from other applications, one within my own ward, which has been going on for a long time, where getting acceptability. It may be a leading question, I don't mean it to be, but it goes from on the 9th of October, I think it is, they're not happy with it, and then on the 10th of October they are. So I'm just, are we as officers happy with that response?
I appreciate that point, thank you. The data was provided. It was also due to potentially changing of officers at the time. It was a corrected response received from the lead local authority. The response received largely concerns the buffer to the Suds Pond proposed in the site, and it was whether or not it was in the 10 metres. The data provided by the applicant when those first October comments were received did show appropriate buffering. It just wasn't picked up by the officer at the LLFA when reviewing. So then a new response was issued when that was flagged by myself to the LLFA.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I may just ask a couple of questions. Is SIL, Community Infrastructure Levy, paid on these houses?
Yes, it is, and that has been factored into the viability proposal and the data verified by the council SIL officer.
Okay, but presumably not on the 3. Not on the 3 that are being sold at a discount.
So some affordable units benefit from what's known as a relief. I don't believe actually that is available for discount market sale units. they do not fall within a certain type of affordable that is. In any case, that's something that the applicant would need to be exploring post consent and very specifically before development commenced. Sorry, to clarify, it's all still liable.
All 21 of them will have SIL paid on them.
As for paying, that can depend on the exemptions available. With regards to the discount market sales, because of the type of affordable it is, I'm not aware that this local planning, this council would qualify that as an exemption. So it's my view that most likely all 21 units will be SIL payable.
Okay. And I'm looking at the plan here, and this one in here. And I'm looking at the size of the gardens, particularly the ones on the south side. And they look particularly close to the edge of the property. Are all those, particularly, yes, the ones on the right-hand side or this side, particularly those, and some of the ones along the top. I'm aware that there's a minimum plot size that houses have to have, and relationship with outside space and in the plot size. Do these all conform?
So all of them provide the minimum 50. As noted in my report, varying sizes have been proposed. It's acknowledged that the bungalows, particularly south, are quite small comparative to plot sizes. Every single plot, however, benefits from either an internal or external terrace. The idea behind this is, as it has been designed around its intended end users, is that not everyone wants to manage a large garden in their elder age.
I'm trying, if I may, to clarify.
They all comply with the minimum.
Are these plots big enough to comply
Yes,
with?
they all comply with the minimum.
Because it looks to me like there's only about a metre or two from a back door on there to the edge of a plot.
I think that potentially could be misleading, but they all comply with the 50 square metres minimum.
Okay, right, well, thank you very much indeed. I think, sorry, just a second. Planning manager wants to say a few words, please do.
Yeah, sorry, councillor. I just wanted to gently remind members, because there was a discussion around SIL a minute ago, that SIL is not a material consideration and should not be used when you're considering the acceptability of development. It is a levy. Once something has been granted, it is not a reason for granting nor refusing. Thank you.
So I can ask it, but not take it into account.
Precisely.
That's what I've done. Thank you. Councillor Trapp.
Thank you. You've got tandem parking at all sites here. How wide is the road? Because my experience of tandem parking is that actually it's on-road parking plus one on the side.
So yes, it is all tandem parking. All spaces do also have a buffer around them to allow for restricted movement and disability. The road, internal access road, is 6 metres. It's slightly wider in some places, but predominantly 6 metres to allow vehicles passing. As I mentioned, it's a shared surface, so it's meant to be giving priority to pedestrians and wheelchair users.
Okay. Could you indicate which are the 3-bed houses on that plan?
Yes, apologies, didn't put a key on that. It's the ones in yellow. If you can see those, there's 2 in the bottom right and one in the one kind of pair in the middle top.
Yellow.
There we go. Sorry. Those.
Right. So it's the right. Thank you. And the other one is, I think I heard you say that there's going to be a post-construction completion of the footpath.
Sorry, could you repeat
that? You said
that?
something on the lines of a post-construction completion of the footpath. Did I hear you say that?
I'm not quite sure, but there will be a footpath off-site within the highway boundary.
From the development to the road?
Yes, so the access road, as you can see it on the plan, there will be a short section of footpath. I'll just indicate that on the slide in a minute, going across Station Road and then connecting to a uncontrolled pedestrian crossing to the northern side. The strip of footpath is here.
Right, okay, thank you. But you said, I think you said post-construction. Is that complete? Is that correct?
Councillor Trapp, if I can draw your attention to page 125 of the report and condition 3. So that's basically saying that no development shall commence until the details are done, and then they will be implemented in accordance with the approved timetable. So that's something to be considered when the condition details are received.
Because I'm aware that the development to the east of this was incompleted, was not complete, and the affordable housing was lost because of that. The developer just ran away.
The conditions here are intended to be pre-commencement to make sure that is delivered before the development, and ultimately also secured by a legal agreement which would require the delivery.
And the other question I have, the final question, you'll be pleased to know, is there's quite a lot of conditions attached to this. Things like archaeology, the drainage, I think that there's a lot of conditions. Do we have the control that we should have exercise on this kind of development, the building control? Do we have the amount of expertise, or not expertise, but detail to do all this?
Are you referring to the details submitted with the application itself?
Yeah.
So yes, so there's quite a few conditions noted. It's not particularly uncommon for a major development scheme. The drainage matters was a condition requested by the lead local flow authority. Again, particularly not uncommon. That is applied to most major developments, particularly to ensure surface water is managed during construction. I think it is a fair comment to say that conditions are used where additional information is required, which wasn't submitted at application stage, but also it is because sometimes these details it's almost unreasonable to ask the applicant to provide that level of detail without consent being secured, which is why a few pre-commencements are imposed, but also sometimes because they go to the heart of the condition, and we need those details post-consent once matters have actually been addressed, such as contamination. Archaeology can't really be done before development as well, so those details unfortunately do have to be provided after.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Akinwale, we get to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify the conditions for the design out crime officer's comments on page 90, agenda 6, dated 1st of August 2024. I don't think I found that in the conditions, as well as the comments made by the technical officer access dated 15th of November 2023. Can you confirm that's been added to the conditions? Thank you.
Let me just have a look at the comments. Bear with me, please. Thank you. So with regards to the accreditation, that's actually not something that we can condition, and it's not something that we can actually force the applicant to comply with. That's actually an accreditation scheme that the developer could enter if they wished. With regards to any of the details regarding hinge details and kind of fencing details, they'll be picked up in kind of hard landscaping. But as for specific clasps, etc., that's something that we can't really drill down to the detail of particularly.
So I'm referring to the design outcome officer's comments, is that correct? And then the technical officer access comments.
Sorry, and yes, sorry, to respond to the technical office, so the design out crime, as the one I've just addressed with regards to the secured by design, with regards to the access officer, the details of the materials to be secured by the condition, as well as details of hard landscaping. Is there a particular point within their comment that
in regards to the in-suites and everything else regarding the wheelie bins and everything? That was basically the comments dated on the 15th of November 2023. And make sure that's contingent as well.
We wouldn't usually control the internal arrangement of doors and specific kind of wall alignments to that degree. We would often leave that to the developer. What I will, however, say is that the buildings are to be built in accordance with M42, M42 of the building regulations, which allows for level access, and all the plans have shown appropriate space for wheelchair turning. But as the actual specific details of the way which a door would swing, it is quite onerous for an authority to require an application stage.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, I believe we have you.
Thank you. There are 3 supposedly affordable units on this site. but the way of making them affordable is simply to reduce the price for the person buying them. But when that person wants to sell the house, what happens then? Do they just make the profit that they would otherwise? And therefore we lose the 3 affordable units?
So thank you. So the units, a discount market sale at 80% is recognised affordable housing. It's set out with national guidance. So it is an affordable product. And with regards to controls and resale values, that will be controlled through the legal agreement as part of the heads of terms and making sure that they are affordable in perpetuity. Staircasing does exist, but in most instances they are capped. So the profit that you make is a percentage of the market value.
So it only happens once. It's only affordable once.
No, what the officer's saying is the section 106 limits the value of that property to be 80% of the market value at that time. So you buy it at 80% of the market value on X date. When it then comes out, the mechanics of it are contained within the 106, but then it's then considered at 80% of the market value on date when you come to sell it. So it is limited. Thank you.
Right, we've finished questions to the officers and we now move on to debate. So it's up to you, members. And don't hide yourself away, Councillor Trapp. We can't always see you. Members, Councillor Ambrose Smith.
I think we've covered a lot of ground already. I would be very happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Okay, I'm making a note of that. And we'll continue with the debate. Members. Councillor Wilson.
This scheme seems to me not to be anything different from a market housing outside the village envelope. If we have villages who go to the trouble of getting themselves a plan, then we as a planning committee ought to be supporting it. And if this were outside the village envelope, it ought to be 100% affordable. Otherwise, it wouldn't comply with our own terms either. So I can see no logical reason why we're being asked to propose it. And I also think that the scheme is wildly overdeveloped on the site. As the chairman pointed out, the gardens are tiny and not suitable for people, and the whole place is out at the edge of the village, and anybody who if they really are elderly will need to be able to communicate with the rest of the village, and by doing that they've got to get in their car and drive to it. And as Councillor Trapp pointed out, there's although we're told that each one has 2 car parking spaces, they're tandem ones and not the ones that we would prefer, which is they're next to each other. And the whole scheme, I think, is poorly designed, and it is just a way of making some money and pretending to get round our own rules. And I think we ought to stick to our own rules, and we certainly ought to stick to the rules that a village decides. If they have a plan and they want their village envelope kept and they've spent the time and trouble to develop a plan, then we ought to say this is overriding. It's a good planning principle to override this, and we should therefore not accept this as a scheme that we need.
Councillor Whelan.
I have the same opinion as Councillor Wilson about local villagers producing neighbourhood plans and building outside that envelope of the neighbourhood plans and part of the local plan and everything. That's what I feel is it is outside the window of development, and so therefore we should be adhering to the neighbourhood plan that they have actually spent a lot of time and effort producing. And if we don't, then what is the point of producing neighbourhood plans?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief because I broadly agree with my two colleagues here on the right. It is outside the development envelope. I think it's market housing in wolf's clothing or whatever you want to describe it as with the affordable housing. I would have preferred, and it may be that it would be possibly an exempt item that I would have looked to have seen the details of to be able to look at the profit margins, etc. But that's maybe me as an accountant wanting to verify that. But and that I can understand that might be confidential. And also, I know that they're playing. I'll use the words playing the game with the biodiversity. I know it's the rules that you can buy the credits off site. I don't particularly like that rule. It's a government rule, but I don't particularly like it. I think it's just fudging the whole issue. But that wouldn't be a reason for refusing. But I'm broadly in agreement with my colleagues on the right. Thank you.
Neighbourhood plans, and I was involved in one, actually don't say no building. They actually, it's villagers, it's residents looking at their village, at their parish, and saying where would be the best way of siting houses. And I think the time and effort that's gone into and the consideration by those who produce neighbourhood plans should be respected. I have a lot of sympathy for this development in the fact that it's going to be ICFs, which I think are the way forward. There's a lot of interest. I mean, the way it's going to be done, I think it's really good, but I think it's in the wrong place at the moment. And I must say, I'm not sure. And once again, the affordable housing element, as we've had talks about, I know the cascading thing, but there is, can the 20% people, the people who own it, actually say, well, we're not selling below this price, and therefore the house may not be sold. So there's a whole lot of problems associated with affordable housing, which we haven't really addressed as a council or as a different providers provide different kind of packages. And once heard about places in London where you can't sell the property because of the housing. The owners say, no, we don't accept anything less than 400,000, whatever it is, even though the market may be different. So I'm very wary, and I think people might be locked into this. I probably, and I would like to hear more views from other members, probably at the moment thinking of actually saying nay.
Going back to the garden sizes or outside space sizes, I think they are perfectly adequate because although a few of those have got very tiny spaces, at home we've got 3 different areas which we maintain at vast expense and time to ourselves, and we never have time to actually spend time in them. A lot of people, what do you want? You want a small table, a couple of chairs to have a drink in the evening, and hopefully a friend comes to join you. You know, it could be contained within the size of 2 tables, couldn't it? I think that is probably quite acceptable, particularly if these residents are older and don't feel they want to be maintaining a garden or open space, and it costs a fortune if you have to have someone to do it for you. The tandem parking, yeah, I'm not really enthusiastic about that, but you know, the chances are that will be only one vehicle maintained by a couple living in one of these properties. If a visitor comes, then there is plenty of room behind. You know, it's not the best thing in the world, but I think it is adequate.
Planning manager wants to speak.
If I may, I just need to clarify a few points, just so that you're able to clarify your debate and if you are moving towards. refusal to clarify where really you should be concentrating your thoughts. Firstly, policy 1 of the Fordham Local Neighbourhood Plan is clear, and it says, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but basically the only additional development beyond the identified allocations which might in principle be accepted will be small-scale infill development outside the development envelope in accordance with East Cambridgeshire Local Plan Growth 2 or a subsequent replacement local plan policy, and other residential development in the countryside which meets the strict exception tests set out in the development plan. So I draw your attention to that in that the neighbourhood plan does not go further than the local plan in that regard and doesn't afford the protection as to boundaries and saying, no, it will not go outside of the built-up envelope. So just be careful if you're aiming a reason for refusal down that end. Really what you need to be doing, and if I can draw your attention to page 109 of the officer's report.
So you're saying that the fact it's not in the neighbourhood plan is not in itself a reason to turn it down.
Absolutely, that is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you need to obviously use the policies which we have within the East Cambridgeshire District Local Plan and weigh up the development accordingly, which is why I'm drawing your attention to page 109 of the officer's report, paragraph 720, where there is a list of things which officers have considered and members will need to consider with regards to this development. And again, it comes down to whether or not members accept that there is an identified need and that these houses meet that need.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if we have councillors Wilson and Whelan who are opposing the officer's recommendation, have you got reasons why it should be support your view?
I don't feel that the actual design of the houses are within character of the actual surrounding area.
Okay, so at the moment you can, between the two of you, as a proposer and a seconder, you would come up with reasons why it should be turned down. Councillor Trapp.
It's a question for David, actually, if I could ask. It's in connection with this at all, that it's to do with if were planning be appointed, will be approved, what's there to stop someone further down the line saying, oh, well, you've got a plan approved here for housing. Let's now make it all affordable and let's drop the over 65s. What condition, how, because we've had this before, there's been a plan queue which says, as a principal development, we've done it on the plan queue. Oh, look, we want a bigger thing. We want to move it this way. We don't want to do any plan queue at all because we've actually got already the planning approval for a bill for some housing. So,
yeah, in answer to your question in the way that you phrased it, if this was to come to us as all affordable, it would meet the requirements of the exception test and would be likely to be viewed favourably by officers. So, however, if it was full market housing, i.e. it wasn't servicing an identified need, and I think that's, as I said before, that's where members' crux of your deliberations need to be, is around the identified need. Because if it didn't meet an identified need, i.e. it was just purely market housing, then officers would be seeking to resist such development because it would not be in line with our adopted policies.
That wasn't my question. My question was that if were we to approve this housing now, as set out here and following the planning officer's recommendations, what is there to stop someone going back later, 2 years later, and saying, well, we've already got the principal development here. Now we're just going to ditch the over 65s regulation and just have, because the principal development has already started here. How can we impose the condition that it will always be only of this type of thing and not a sort of I can't remember the metaphor, but whatever it is, a springboard, shall we say, into a fuller development, because already the principle of development has been established.
Well, the principle of development will only have been established for the development of a type which is being proposed. If there, for example, a further application comes in for a different type of development, one where there are different material planning considerations, they would, as with all planning applications, we would determine that in line with its merits. But as I alluded to in my previous answer, if that was for something which was policy non-compliant, i.e. market housing, then we would seek to resist it. We can't stop an application from coming in. We have no control over that. What we have control over is the Section 106 agreement, which is what is there effectively to tie such development in perpetuity going forwards. And the only way that you change the Section 106 agreement, as members are aware, is if it fails to have a planning purpose going forwards. So that is where those material considerations would come in down the line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, exceptionally, please be quick.
We in Fordham had a similar situation where we had affordable bungalows on a particular site. And when the developer sold that site, an application came forward for 4 enormous bungalows. And this committee stated, or one member of the committee said, there's a principle of development here, we can't stop it. And that is what we were referring to on the Parish Council. I would also mention, if I may, this is not an infill site. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say that we have a desire at East Cambs to make East Cambs a beautiful looking area and an area that everybody can be proud of. If I was an architectural student, I would wonder quite what would be said about my works if the appearance was as on this agenda. I have to say they look a little bit different from the average house, and I don't know whether necessarily everybody would consider they were better looking. And I have some confusion there. We're talking about this is backland development, I suppose. I'm looking at the which I perhaps should be careful, but I'm a little bit shocked that the service charges are going to be in the region of £250 a month, and people are only going to live there 8 years, and then their relatives are going to have a property which may be difficult to dispose of. So I think there's some questions to be asked there. The garden space may comply with the minimum rules of this authority, but nevertheless, I think they're rather mean and inadequate, because that people should be able to get some fresh air. I think these will have a detrimental effect on the countryside, and I don't think they're to the credit, if they were approved, I don't think they're to the credit of Fordham as a village when people enter that pretty village and see these particular houses. So my view would be that if Councillor Wilson goes ahead and makes a proposal, I would consider backing it with considerable, very likely to back it, Councillor Wilson. from her. So far, it hasn't been seconded. So have you got a seconder?
I haven't asked anyone. I don't know if most of my colleagues seem to be of the refusal. Does anybody here wish to? Yeah, I'm on my own then.
Well, I'm afraid on your own, it can't go forward.
Splendid isolation.
So you've made a proposal. Unfortunately, you haven't got a seconder, so that proposal now fails.
Okay.
So now we move on to a second proposal, which was a proposal from Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Whelan. And you were going to have reasons, Councillor Wilson, for why you wanted to refuse or reject the recommendation of the officer and the reasons you've got. And would you like to read out the reasons so the clerk can take a note of them?
Yeah. Policy HOU6 says that design should not have an impact on the character of the locality, and we believe it does have an adverse impact on the character of the locality, and that in addition, sorry, yep, go. And in addition, it doesn't provide parking that would be adequate for the thing. Although our principle is, but we've often, as a committee, objected to continuous tandem parking because it means that people will park in the street. So we think there would be a traffic problem all around that area. Inadequate parking and inadequate affordability for the housing. The method of which they've got for affordable housing is not adequate for people because anybody who needs affordable housing will still not be able to afford it this way around. So we think there should be a standard policy of 40% affordable housing on this development, because we don't believe it is any specifically different. I know they're talking about it being different, but it is in actual practice, it isn't. It is a market housing. Yeah. And also it needs to have a range of services, and the services would include ability to get to shops and that which is not possible from this distance outside Fordham for somebody who's elderly. And a lot of the people, if they, as we're told, are likely to be in over 80, if they're likely to be over 80, then they're likely not necessarily to be able to drive, and it's too far to walk. So they will not have adequate services at this level, at this end of the village. So that's a lack of range of services and social facilities, because most of them will be very isolated. Is that enough? I don't suppose David likes any of that, but still.
I've got a couple of points I need to make, because obviously I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't warn you about the pitfalls that you're about to step into. Number one, it's parking compliant as per our own local plan and parking policies. There is nothing in there that says that you can't have tandem parking. There is enough parking on that site to meet our policy. So inadequate would probably be a very poor phraseology, and we would need to have a good reason as to why it's not an acceptable parking layout. Second point is that are members satisfied that there is a need for the development? We need to clarify this at this point, because if there is an appeal, that will be one of the things that an inspector will consider when looking at it, because that is one of the three tenets for this sort of development. So I just need members to clarify. So when we come to doing an appeal statement, what their thoughts on that matter. And last but not least,
we've got a need, even though we've got recent additional housing of this sort nearby.
it's not the same need. As per the officer's report, the officers have clearly laid out what the need is and the fact that there is an identified need. We've had an independent report which clarifies that. So it's using independent data, the applicant's data and our own data. But the most important thing I need to mention is you were questioning the affordable housing. Our policy obviously asks for 30%, but does allow for viability to be questioned through the usual fashion. This has been done so. We've had an independent viability report, which has concluded that the viability assessment that was made was sound and therefore that the 3 was the appropriate level. And just to clarify, a discount market rate is an accepted affordable housing product. It is one of the ones which we are allowed to consider and should consider under our own policies and under central government policies. So I'll just ask you to clarify your thoughts around that, because if we are effectively disputing what the independent viability report is saying, we will need to quantify that and say why when we come to any subsequent appeal. Thank you.
It's a, I think we ought to put down it's against the village neighbourhood plan because that's defined by the parish council who have helped develop this plan, and they feel that it's totally against what they want and what they were trying to stop. So
I appreciate that, Councillor Wilson. What I'm trying to say to you here is that when you have a threshold for affordable housing within your policy or within a neighbourhood plan policy, it is still able to be challenged through the viability process, which is what has happened here. If we are going against what an independent viability consultant has said, then we will need to have very strong reasons to do so. Because effectively, by saying that something is unviable by providing the amount of which is required within your policy, basically, what I'm trying to say is here is if it went to appeal, we wouldn't have a leg to stand on that, and that's fairly established planning law.
Can I ask you one question? If would there be any merit in, I believe there may be, in deferring this matter? Because the members of the committee are, it would appear, by a majority not in favour, and would it be reasonable to defer the matter and come back again to be reconsidered?
I'm not entirely sure what the benefits of that would be, because we seem to have a consensus as to what the decision should be. What we're trying to do here is clarify what those reasons for refusal are.
Yeah.
My aim here is to guide members so that any decision that is made is as robust as possible.
Is to
make sure that it is as robust as possible and stand up to scrutiny. So that is why I'm asking these questions that members really should be considering as part of their deliberations.
So it would be reasonable to defer the.
No, I'm saying I don't believe it would be reasonable, because what basis are you deferring it on? You're not requiring any additional information and you're not requiring a site visit, which we've already done. Thank you.
So it looks like, Councillor Wilson, that our reasons for refusing are very weak. And
this particular type of housing is, and it's simply not that, it's something else. And I think it's the definition of this housing, which has quite clearly ordinary market housing, and there's no way of restricting it in the
okay, I'm just trying to achieve a result. Councillor Trout.
Are we still in debate?
Yes.
All right. Well, I've been looking at this, and I'm actually quite sort of sympathetic to it, except the fact that I think it is overcrowded, and perhaps 18 houses, i.e. missing out the ones nearest the road, would have been better. But of course, with something like a warden, and I don't know, it's an on-site warden, perhaps, I don't know, one has to have a sort of a critical mass before it becomes viable. I'm not sure about the viability test, because of course the viability test depends on what one is buying the land for. So if one's paying a high price for the land, then of course one has to have less affordable housing, because otherwise it becomes, oh, my pen stopped. But it becomes actually unviable. So maybe the question is, is the land going for too much for it to be constructed on? That's the real question.
I understand your reasoning. Personally, I would now like to make a proposal that we reject the officer's recommendations on the grounds of overdevelopment and a high impact on the countryside and the character of the area. And that's what I would intend to promote, and I would need that to be seconded. So Councillor Wheeler could second it. So members, are we?
Bill, I've got to ask the question about the weight within the planning balance, obviously against the need, but also I refer you back to my comments earlier, and I would urge you to use the wording which is contained on page 109 in paragraph 720, because that is effectively the tests that we have set ourselves for such developments. So if I may, and I'll paraphrase because I believe I understand what you're trying to say, and I'm not going to go into the planning balance. That's for yourselves to
Well, this
consider in a
is where
second.
we would disagree with the officer and saying the proposal would not cause harm to the character or settling of the settlement and yes, it is and surrounding countryside.
And that's fine. That's
We are
where I
saying
was
that
leading.
it does cause, in our view, it does cause damage.
So
to the
by
surrounding.
so what you're trying to, if I may, Bill, please forgive me if I'm putting words in your mouth, but what I was going to come to was effectively you're saying that the proposal would cause harm to the character and setting of the settlement of Fordham and the surrounding countryside by virtue of the overdevelopment of the site.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly it.
Okay.
So have you made a note of what you've written down?
No, but I'm hoping Cameron's doing that for me as we speak.
Okay, so we've now effectively got a refined version of that, which we're just going to put.
Sorry, Bill.
The first bit there, the site of the joint or inclusive you said, is that good acceptable by foot five good on clearing that? I mean, I just don't think that's as a possibility. That saying inadequate accessibility. That's yeah, that's a suggestion of that I'm not to use. Sorry, I put my microphone on now. So it's for you to decide whether that is a possibility.
Yeah, very quickly. I mean, that's what Councillor Trapp beat me to it because, I mean, I know the parish council mentioned this, and I do know the site quite well. In terms of I drive through Fordham a fair bit. In terms of if we're looking at sustainability, then the residents to get to the nearest shop or is a field. Yeah, so I think we should include that definitely. Yeah, good.
Sorry, got that the overdevelopment would cause harm to the character or settlement in the surrounding countryside in Fordham against the officer's recommendation, and that there is also inadequate accessibility to Fordham. Would that be correct?
We would need
to services.
Services in Fordham.
Services and facilities in Fordham.
Can I just gently remind that for a reason for refusal, we need to link it to back to policy. So we would need to say it is contrary to local plan policy, HOU 6, growth 2, and the Fordham neighbourhood plan.
I do apologise, members of the public. We're just trying to get this right. we now have a proposal that is approved by the proposer, who is, we're going to leave it as Councillor Wilson, and Councillor Whelan, who's going to second it. Cameron is going to read out the decision.
Thank you, Chair. The development as proposed is considered to cause harm to the character and settlement of Fordham and the surrounding countryside by virtue of the overdevelopment on the site. It is also considered that the site is located in an inaccessible location, which is not considered to be located within a good proximity by foot or cycle to a range of services and facilities, contrary to Local Plan Policy HOU 6, Growth 2, and Policy 1 of the Fordham Neighbourhood Plan. Thank you, Chair.
So that is a proposal, and we're now going to go to a vote on it, members. We're now going to go to a vote on it. Are those people in favour of that proposal, please raise their hands. Will those members who are against the proposal please raise their hands? Will those members who wish to abstain please raise their hands? Well, after a long and torturous journey, that application has now been rejected. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we now move on to item number 7. Item number 7. And Gemma, will you make your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your well wishes as well, as this is my last committee. Agenda item 7 is at the Old Hall. It's for the proposed replacement of the existing marquee with an extension, including a new ceremony room, guest bedrooms below, together with a new separate office building and associated works. So you've just got an aerial view in front of you here showing the site in context with Stuntney Village to the southwest. And then travelling south would take you towards Ben's Yard and so on. So the proposals comprise the removal of the existing marquee structure and replacement with an extension. The extension would provide a new ceremony room and a dance floor this is known as the pavilion in the application. The extension would also incorporate a new below ground accommodation, additional hotel rooms, and would include a new wedding preparation room and bridal suite, which would be over the ground and second story. This would be to the southeast of the existing range. The office building, there's a proposed detached office building. Adjacent to the office building would be a groom's preparation room together with a plant and store area that would enclose the service compound. Finally, the proposals also facilitate the resurfacing and formalisation of the existing parking area and landscaping improvements.
So the top elevation in front of you shows the northern aspect of the proposal, which we saw today. In this elevation, you can see the two-storey extension to the left, which would house the bridal preparation suite, and a flat view of the garden pavilion extension with the below ground rooms underneath this. The depth of the garden pavilion that would replace the marquee can be seen from the western elevations and the section drawings in the below. I've got on the screen in front of you there the proposed elevations of the detached office building and the service compound. This is seen from within the car park that we saw on site earlier. The site photos in front of you, members, you can see the previously approved orangery extension in the top photos, adjacent to the existing marquee, and the bottom photos show a view towards Ely Cathedral, together with the existing gable at the east. Main considerations are the principle of development, character, appearance and heritage, highways and parking, residential amenity, ecology and trees, flood risk and drainage, and other material considerations. In terms of the principle of development, the site is located outside the development framework where policy EMP2, I'm sorry, the talking in the gallery is distracting me a bit, apologies. Thank you. So policy EMP2 allows proposals to expand existing businesses in the countryside, subject to the criteria on the screen in front of you. So this is, the proposal does not harm the character and appearance of existing buildings or the locality. The proposal is in scale with the location and would not have a significant adverse impact in terms of traffic. The extensions for the purpose of the existing buildings and any intensification would not detract from residential amenity. The design of the proposals would be considered sympathetic to the character of the locality, as I go on later in this presentation. And the proposals are not considered to generate a significant increase in traffic. They will be relocating existing office functions into a separate new building to allow for modern day office functions. And the addition of the 4 guest bedrooms below the garden pavilion would not be a significant increase. The applicant has confirmed that there will be no dual ceremony, so it would just be one ceremony at a time. And that's the existing arrangement. The application has been supported by a detailed planning statement, which includes the applicant's business case. This statement notes that the Old Hall business has had to respond and adapt quickly to the hospitality and the wedding businesses over recent years since the COVID-19 pandemic, and this has resulted in them making changes to their business model. Some of this includes the corporate function offering, which has been expanded to fill in gaps from any weddings. The business case also notes that in the last 3 years, there's been an increase from 7 to 15 employees. Finally, there's no neighbouring properties that would be detrimentally impacted by the proposals, and it's therefore considered the proposal as acceptable in terms of its principle. In terms of the design and character, we have had revisions during the course of the application, and this has been subject to a successful pre-application discussion. Whilst historically the building took a linear east to west aligned form, the proposals would now extend out to the northeast, creating extensive views towards Ely and Ely Cathedral. The extension will be made up of an oak frame structure, which echoes the existing orangery which we saw on site. The requirement for a deep plan unrestricted space has dictated the extension's flat roofed form, as a pitched roof would be unacceptably dominant. There's no denying that the scale is large, but so is the existing marquee. And there's acknowledgement in the applicant's efforts in replacing the temporary marquee structure with something more permanent, and there is difficulty to reconcile this with traditional building proportions. The window bay structure of the proposed extension for the garden pavilion relates to the existing extension of the orangery. The proposals have been revised with the 2-storey bridal preparation suite to the east, and this is considered to bookend the garden pavilion and echoes the forms of the existing building. The proposed attached building for the office and the groom's preparation suite and the service compound would fill the length of the car park. Whilst this is a large form, it integrates into the sloping access, which you would have seen on site below today, which helps to preserve the appearance of the area. In terms of heritage, There is a grade 2 listed building on site. However, little traces of this survive due to the significant extensions on site. So there is an application in at the moment, which is undecided to delist the grade 2 listed barn. Notwithstanding this, the development that's taken place in recent years means that the impact of the proposal on the heritage asset is negligible, and the Conservation Officer offers no concerns. The Historic Environment team have advised that the area is within a high archaeological potential, and so a programme of archaeological investigation will be secured via condition. As I mentioned, there's not considered to be a significant increase in the intensification of the site, and the Highways Officer has confirmed that the existing junction is suitable for the proposed development. There would be no increase in the ceremonies, as I already said, and this would be a relocation of existing functions. The proposals include the additional 4 bedrooms, but given the size of the existing car park, there's considered to be sufficient room to cater for the increase of these. And the proposals do also include the addition of 3 additional parking spaces. In terms of residential amenity, you would have seen on site that there's not many neighbours in close proximity. The Environmental Health Officer has requested a copy of the noise management plan that was previously approved with the marquee build structure. We have applied a condition to request this in the note that noise does travel, particularly with the openness of the site. And there's also conditions related to construction hours and piling. Ecology and trees. So there are extensive landscaping plans, and these include the extension of the yew hedging to the north of the office building and the provision of 15 new trees, which will be planted to the south and the east of the office and service buildings. The ecologist did raise concerns that the proposal do not demonstrate a net gain in accordance with the Natural Environment SPD. However, this is a pre-mandatory biodiversity net gain application, and the submitted ecology report acknowledges that the site has very limited potential to support protected species and no habitats or priority or for any significant value or priority habitats were identified on site. Given the ongoing use of the site and this considered to be incompatible with breeding birds, standard biodiversity improvements such as the provision of bird and bat boxes would be sufficient to acknowledge the requirements of the SPD. The area of the site where the proposals are situated is located within flood zone 1. The applicants have confirmed that there is little change to the surface water disposal schemes. And the LLFA have reviewed previously approved plans and note that the schemes provide an acceptable scheme in principle, and consider that the flow off the site would be at 1 litre per second, and this is acceptable. It's therefore considered that drainage plans can be approved via condition. Due to the size of the development, the proposals would be required to meet the BREEAM Very Good standard. This would be secured via condition. The applicant has noted that due to the scale of the development, this would come forward in phases. So you'll see that the conditions recommended in your report reflect the phasing of the proposal. Phase 1 would comprise the office and service yard buildings, and phase 2 would comprise the garden pavilion and the marquee replacement and associated works, including the car park. The Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue team have requested the provision of a fire hydrant. However, the applicant has confirmed that there is one already on site, so there's no need to condition this. So in summary, the proposals would provide a replacement extension for the existing marquee, which, although we did grant permanent consent for the marquee, it's a temporary structure, and the proposal to replace the marquee with a purpose-built, permanent and architecturally well-designed extension is a benefit of the scheme. The proposals would provide an identified needs in the relocation of the existing office use into a separate office building, and they would allow for the business's successful operation to be continued and employment in the area. The proposals comply with the previously referenced local and national policies and is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we haven't got any speakers, so really it's a matter, Gemma, of saying, is there anything you've forgotten in your presentation and you'd like to?
I don't think so, thank you.
To make any comments? No, okay. Well, members, it's questions to the officer. Away you go.
Thank you, Chair. It is in regards to the parking facilities that's on site. I know that there's 80 parking spaces, but only 2 parking spaces for disabilities, as well as, can you confirm if they can increase the number of parking spaces for people with disabilities as well as electric charging points? Thank you.
So in terms of vehicle charging points, that would be covered by a building regulations application. So there's no need to secure that via planning condition. As you've noted, the applicant is proposing to disable parking spaces. There's no requirement for our policy to request an increase in that.
Any more questions to the officer? Councillor Trapp.
I feel one ought to ask a question. The gable end, I rather like the gable end at the moment, and I'm sorry it's going to be, you know, overlooked or overshadowed or completely hidden by the bride's preparation room. Gosh, I never had that in my day. But I suppose I wasn't a bride, really. So looking at it, probably the best one is the one on.
Now questions to the officer.
Yeah,
We
yes,
will
I'm
get
just-
on to debate later, councillor, if we may.
I'm just trying to get the hang of what the bride's preparation room will look like and where it is on those things.
So the bride's preparation room is this one here. And we have received amendments to this element because I also quite liked the gable ends that you're referring to that you would have seen on site. But I think I hope you agree that this echoes the architectural qualities of the existing, which is why I refer to bookending the extension in between.
Is that little triangle there at the end? Is that the bride's preparation?
This is the bride preparation.
Ah, right. Okay. So the gable end will still sort of be visible just if one squinted it with, you know, your head on your side. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay, so I wasn't quite clear about those plans. Thank you. It looks rather modern, that place. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
We're now on debate.
Oh, Christine, and then, oh, 2 Christines.
And then
Can I go first? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's, you know, it's a good design. I haven't got no problems with it. Obviously, I would like to see more disabled parking and obviously electric charging points, but whether that could be put in the conditions or not, I'm not sure. But apart from that, I think, yeah, I've got no problem with it.
I think, councillor, that I was thinking about that, and then I thought the people have been running the hall have been running it for some time, and therefore, if there had been a need, I'm sure they'd have incorporated it in their plans, because they've been at it for quite a few years, I think. Councillor Ambrose Smith.
I think it's an admirable scheme, and I would certainly be happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation at some point.
Is that a councillor Kinley? Alan, I think you were just ahead. Okay, away you go.
Thank you. I'm happy to second this.
Okay.
proposal.
I was just to make a couple of quick
So
comments.
Christine opposed.
Christine opposed, Chico to second, Alan comments.
Alan.
Yeah, I was just to make a couple of quick comments. I mean, I'm seeing it, it's a good design. I'm pleased. Gemma mentioned, I think it was, if I'm right, they've increased from 7 to 15 employees. So that's good from an employment point of view for the area. That's great. And the only comment I've got, and it's not a reason to refuse it, it sounds like I'm homed in on biodiversity today, I suppose, but I haven't. But I know this was pre-mandatory, the application of the bionet gain. It was just, I suppose, disappointing they couldn't have done something more on a voluntary basis rather than being do it. But I'm broadly I'm in agreement that it's the approval.
Councillor Harper.
Yeah, I was going to say they are planting additional yew trees and hedges, so which they are doing without being asked to. So there is some kind of biodiversity net gain. And to be honest with you, I felt I was surrounded by by countryside and those lovely topiary swans, which were just extraordinary. But I think this is a wonderful scheme. I think it's wonderful that we can have somewhere like this for our brides and bridegrooms to celebrate their union, and I thoroughly support it.
Well, it looks like this is going to be a little bit quicker than the previous one. So we have Councillor Trapp, you want to?
Yes, well, I haven't spoken. Have I spoken? Yes. No, it was a question to the officer. I'm just wondering about affordable weddings, whether 30% should be affordable.
I don't think you actually want an answer on that, do you, Chair? John, you spend a lifetime paying for a wedding, dear.
Yes, I know. However, I think we'll go straight to the vote. We have Councillor Ambrose Smith has opposed it. Proposed.
Councillor Whelan. Councillor Whelan. Oh, it was Councillor Ambrose.
I believe it was Councillor Ambrose Smith. Thank you, Vice Chair.
I'm so cold.
Councillor Ambrose Smith has proposed that we adopt the officer's recommendation, and Councillor Auchinleck-Wiley has seconded that. Now, are those in favour of? Will those in favour of that please raise their hands?
You're not voting?
And will those against please raise their hands? Will those abstaining?
Oh, he's abstaining.
Please raise their hands. So that has now been approved, and we'll move on to the next item. Those of you who've come in for that item are free to go, although you're free to stay as long as you want. So we'll now move on to item number 8. And that's so item number 8 is Holly to make your proposal. And I think we can take the that one down.
Hello again. So agenda item number 8 is for a battery energy storage facility and associated works on Newnham Drove, Burwell. To advise members what the ESF suffix means. That means it is an environmental statement application, meaning it has been supported by an environmental statement. I will go into detail on that a little bit. The application site is shown on the screen. I think the area will be a lot more helpful for you, which shows the site adjoins the existing EDF solar site along Newnham Drove, accessed via Weirs Drove. The proposal is on the screen. Half of the site will be taken up by the actual battery proposal itself, surrounded by a 2.5 metre or approximately 8-foot landscaped bund, and then the remainder of the site to the rear will be left to meadowland as well as above ground attenuation pond. Details of the proposal are on the screen, including the capacity of the site, as well as the targeted 58.48% biodiversity net gain. For those who are unclear as what a battery proposal is, it is in effect a site which, when connected to the national grid, this one particularly being the Burwell electricity substation, it takes energy from the grid during times of low demand, which is often the middle of the day in the UK, and then will provide it back to the grid in times of peak demand, which is most often the evening in the UK. And some site photos for you, which to the right-hand side shows the application site in the context of the solar development, which is running and operational. On the screen for you are the main considerations, which I'll go through in turn. As set out in my report, the application was supported by an environmental statement. This was concluded to be necessary under a screening application that the applicant submitted. This is on the potential cumulative impacts on loss of the most versatile agricultural land, which is grades 1 to 3A, and the site falls within grade 2 predominantly, as well as the potential impacts on the cumulative erosion of the fen landscape and its openness. The environmental statement assessed the potential likely significant effects of the development in combination with existing consented operational developments for solar farms and renewable energy developments. And it was ultimately concluded that there'd be no significant environmental effects with the embedded mitigation, which I will talk through. With regards to the principal development, there is a clear national and local weighting in favour of delivery of affordable, sorry, it's in my brain, sorry, not affordable, renewable energy developments at the national and the local level, including the local plan policy, ENV6. It is also worth noting that national policy statements are also considered material consideration, whilst they usually apply to NZIP proposals, of which this is not. They are a material consideration, which again direct the importance of renewable energy technologies, whilst battery energy storage sites, BESS sites, also known as, or battery energy storage facilities, are not a source of renewable energy. They are recognised to support it and are an important part in moving towards a low carbon and renewable energy future, of which the government has mandated statutory targets, the soonest of which being 2030. Again, all set out in my report in detail. Local plan policy ENV6 has a presumption in favour of renewable energy developments and associated infrastructure, of which the BESS site is considered to fall within. It is also noted that the applicant has an agreed and immediate grid connection to the national grid, which is an important factor and means that it can provide a immediate move towards increasingly low carbon energy provision. With regards to locational factors, an assessment has been undertaken as to why in this location, why in the open countryside. It is well established that for solar and renewable developments, the Burwell electricity substation is a key locational factor. This is because it is the only substation for a considerable distance that can actually convert higher voltages to lower voltages and therefore actually usable forms of energy. So we therefore have to pay attention to the requirements of the technology itself. It will be evidenced as through the next couple of slides and within my report that any identified harm resulting from the proposals is considered to be mitigated to appropriate levels, and on that basis it is considered that the development wholly accords the objectives of the local plan regarding the principle. Regards to landscape and visual amenity, the site, the application and the environmental statement were supported by a comprehensive landscape visual impact assessment. It is recognised in the short to medium term there would be some moderate harm, but ultimately there will be residual low levels of harm. This is predominantly mitigated by the embedded mitigation, including the landscaped bund and as well as the other landscaping within the site. And the harm is counteracted by some long-term low-level benefits regarding the introduction of the blue and green infrastructure within the site. With regards to agricultural land and soils, it was an important consideration of the environmental statement and indeed is something that is set out in the local plan policies and the supplementary planning documents with regards to the impact upon the soils and the loss of agricultural land, which is an important factor for food production. Ultimately, given that this is a temporary development for a lifespan of 40 years operationally, it would be a temporary loss, albeit over a long term. However, it's not considered insignificant effects in terms of best and most versatile land in terms of food production or soil quality when considered cumulatively against other fields that have been taken out of active cultivation. Ultimately, the biodiversity net gain target of 58.4% is also considered to be a mitigative factor of this temporary loss. And therefore, general acceptance on this basis is found. With regards to residential amenity, the site, as members will have noted from the site visit, is very remote. The nearest residential receptors are along Factory Drove or Little Fen Drove, depending on how that's named. To the north, the application has been supported by a noise impact assessment. The Council's Environmental Health Domestic Officer has found no concerns with that subject to a number of conditions which are set out in the report. The embedded mitigation is the bund itself. which is considered to reduce any noise from potentially the fans, inverters, and the equipment on the site to acceptable levels. With regards to fire safety, pollution, and public health, this is an important matter, and it does attract a lot of media attention, but ultimately it has been controlled through the development proposals and will also be addressed through a number of planning conditions. The application was supported by a comprehensive fire rescue safety management plan and fire water management plan, and the site was designed in accordance with the recommendations of these reports. Both reports were prepared in accordance with National Fire Chief Council guidance, which is a material planning consideration when assessing these sites as set out in the planning practice guidance. There are no objections from statutory consultees, and via conditions there will be a requirement to prepare an emergency response plan, as well as how the site will be dealt with in a response. So that sentence again. The site will be supported by an emergency response plan, which will include use of signage and contact details with regards to should an event actually occur. Biodiversity in trees. So the site is a mandatory biodiversity net gain site. It's targeting 58.4%. That will be secured by a legal agreement. The minimum as set out with the Environment Act is for that net gain to be retained for a minimum period of 30 years. Because the operational lifetime is 40 years, it will be retained for a minimum of 40 years on this site, as it is also the embedded mitigation. With regards to highways and accident movement, the site will not be permanently manned. It will have some construction impacts as well as potential impacts upon decommissioning. These will be controlled through construction, environmental, traffic management plans and decommissioning method statements. There have been no objections to such consultees. With regard to flood risk and drainage, the site is also supported by a comprehensive flood risk and drainage and surface water scheme. There are no objections from the lead local flood authority or other statutory consultees, and again, to be secured by conditions. The site has also been designed, should there be a malfunction event, for example, a fire, to ensure that no contaminated water would be discharged to ground. With regards to other material considerations, there are no heritage impacts upon designated or non-designated heritage assets, and there will be investigations of potential archaeological heritage assets by means of a condition and a written scheme of investigation. There are no concerns with site security or antisocial behaviour. The site will have CCTV and emergency lighting, again, also secured by conditions, and there are no objections from the Minerals and Waste team at the County Council. For the reasons set out within my report, there is an overriding need for these types of developments to support the transition to a low carbon future, a renewable energy future, and accordance with the local plan is found on all basis with no technical objections, and therefore the application proposals are recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a speaker, Mr. Tim Dobson. You've got 5 minutes. I think you can see how to switch it on. That's it.
The Landlords and Planning team wish to thank Holly, our case officers, for a thorough analysis and subsequent report and recommendation for approval. We trust that the members of the committee will support your assessment of our project's many benefits. Our consulting team, which has been led by our planning consultants, PWA Energy, bring extensive experience to battery energy storage systems applications. They have successfully managed over 40, many on farms, and PW's recent acquisition by the National Farmers Union underscores their credibility in this sector. Over the past 4 years, the team members have developed this application to meet exceed technical and planning local and national standards, especially with regard to biodiversity and fire safety. We have fostered strong, long-running relationships and partnerships locally and have significant experience, including building a similar 30 megawatt BESS installation for the South Somerset Council in 2018, prior to working at Armtrack in Burwell. We built the Swaffham Prior ground source heat plant building and helped the Cambridge County Council to complete the North Angle Farm cable route, which crosses Anchor Lane Farm, National Trust lands, and many other landlords. Nationally, this application aligns with the UK's net zero targets by adding renewable storage capability to the grid and positioning East Cambs as a leader in sustained energy infrastructure. I'll come back to this point a bit later on. The site is complementary to existing solar farms, creating synergy between renewable generation and storage for a more robust, sustainable energy system for the local consumers and nationally. Regionally, the best installation enhances energy resilience by freeing up capacity for more than 76 other pending grid applications. With this proximity to the substation, the project can provide immediate support for local energy needs. Locally, this project offers benefits at all levels. Besides helping to ensure sustainable energy security, it also supports local employment, creating opportunities for many local contractors. Our BNG plan, which is 58% gain, far in excess of the 10% national requirement, will be able to support Burwell's employment land that's been set aside in the Burwell Master Plan. This employment land on Reach Road is opposite the site where the original UKPN Grid Connect application and subsequent land permission granted by the LPPA for a battery site in 2020. Working with the East Cambs ecology team, the application will support BNG offset locally and ensure that BNG plan is effective, measurable, sustainable over time. An email from the UKPN network planning team outlines progress on our connection offer to the grid and confirms that our connection is available immediately. This means we could develop the site straight away and once complete, connect the renewable storage facility to the grid, aiding instantly towards the UK's net zero targets. By supporting this application, East Cambs will in effect be instrumental in unlocking the block across the whole of the UK power networks region. It's a very important connection offer. It's the last bay in the primary substation that's available to us. Having the system near a substation as opposed to miles away means that any serious security breakdown will effectively be resolved. Adjacent to the site is the National Trust land, who have agreed to allow our cable route to go across their land using a directional drill to minimize environmental impacts. The installation of the cable will be carried out by UKPN as a distribution network operator under statutory powers. The National Trust and Fenland Soil have agreed to support the landlord's diversification plan. Farming the land has always been a challenge, requiring innovative farming techniques originally used by Roy Brown to get the best out of delicate topsoil. He is well known for supporting other farmers in similar challenges to ensure top layers protect, as well as dealing with the far right, but the fight against black grass weed from National Trust and newly installed solar lands adjacent to the site. Across the site from the boundaries to the north is the Lode, and next to the factory is supportive resident Phil Mead for this application. The land in front of him used to be orchards and rough fenland, and being part of the civil works team, he's motivated to make sure the conditions are carried out properly, as well as potentially providing employment locally for the civil works. With regards to fire and security, the latest generation of battery packs are incredibly safe. And now we have a suppression system at battery rack level as opposed to a container level. The system can be activated within 18 seconds at that rack level to ensure if there's any problem, it will be activated immediately. This is now the safety preferred system.
5 minutes.
Sorry?
So we're on the 5 minutes.
Okay. Our case officers bring thorough with the fire plan, for which we're grateful. In partnership with the LPA ecology team, the plan, which includes the end-to-end pond, could attract considerable waterfalls and due to the care in the application. There are many other benefits and questions are welcome. Needless to say, we have covered concerns during the consultation and have worked in the LPA with the LPA to ensure the conditions proposed are realistic and achievable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We don't have any people speaking against it, so I'm not obliged to give somebody else some extra time as well.
Okay.
However, members, questions? Councillor Ganawi.
Thank you, Chair. Is in regard to the CCTV, the design crime officer recommended using CCTV with the capacity to provide facial recognition if the lights should fail. Is that something you're considering? Thank you. In regards to the alarm as well, can you confirm if it will be a monitored alarm system being installed?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all.
Have we got any more questions? Yes.
I just wanted to know, a couple of the questions which are answered down there. Will this
system be very noisy? Because there's always some concerns with the original one we've already got in the village there. I don't know if you're aware of that. People hearing sort of a humming noise. I know there's one sort of quite remote, which I think is very good with the location and the site it's got down there.
Yeah, thank you. That's correct. I know about the site, the battery site, and the noises. I know how important it is, and I know that even the landlords find it annoying, and they are the ones who own the land, who are miles away from the application. Where we've got the site is basically away from the prevailing wind. It's down. It's away from where the prevailing winds will affect the village and the noise. So we've taken that into consideration, and you know, it's such a distance away from any residentials anywhere at all. That's why we think it's in the best location, as you see in the slides that Holly put up. You can see the work that's been done. As part of the conditions, we will be testing that to making sure that we will absolutely make sure that there's no noise impact at all to the local residents. And that means actually equipment won't be installed until we've actually gone through the testing process to make sure if we do it iteratively, we can guarantee that we're not going to have a problem, if that helps.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. One's a comment, one's a question, really. Welcome the 58% biodiversity net gain. Thank you for that. You mentioned it's supporting local employment. Is that just obviously whilst it's operational once you've built it and during the construction period? Because obviously welcome, you know, more local jobs if we can get it out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, actually it's both. So of course we've got a motivated resident who overlooks the site, a chap called Phil Mead, who owns a civil works that we've worked with before. He'll be overseeing, you know, how the construction is done. And so what was the other statement? The biodiversity.
No,
so the employment.
That was a comment on the biodiversity. Yeah.
Yeah. So the employment side is actually linked to biodiversity.
Yeah, that's really what my question is around. Trying to get an idea of how many jobs it would generate. Yeah.
Okay, so with the biodiversity again, what it is doing is supporting a designated area, which I think the councillors know about it in Burwell. It's an employment designated area on Reach Road. That scheme at the moment is still under work. But what we have done, because we know the owner of that scheme and we want to support them, is our biodiversity net gain is so high that actually we'll be able to offset. And I know offset has been a contentious thing, but I think that it's very early days. And I think the ecology team who support our scheme are very keen to get one of these out the way to make sure they can see how this thing can work in the future, because everything these days seems to be BNGE strategy step forward. So that will apply, you know, that, so as far as we're concerned, indirectly, the biodiversity net gain on our site will help and support employment locally. Okay.
Okay, is that the questions? Okay. Officers, any comment to make?
Just a clarification on what Mr. Dobson was saying regarding the offsetting. It is because there's a surplus on the site, it is part under the new biodiversity net gain mandatory. There is the ability to effectively, the site becomes a habitat bank. It's not been formalised yet, and it is in further discussion with regards to the legal agreement. So in terms of the actual balancing act for this application, obviously biodiversity net gain has been assigned weighting, and it's a high weighting, but in terms of the abilities and the weighting to be afforded to the allocation and the land in Burwell, it's not something that's really formed part of this application here before you. So I would caution against in terms of potentially applying weight to that at this stage. It's not been quantified.
Okay, now do members want to question the officer? If not, we're going to debate. So we're now in debate. Comments, members? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to support the officer recommendation. Thank you.
You've hidden yourself away and we've heard so little from you today.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, we've all noted in previous planning applications that the local highways have got it always wrong. They always get it wrong. For instance, at Newham Drove, which is the road that goes past this, they say there's a speed limit of 60 miles an hour. I think that kind of road should be in Ely to make sure that people travel at 14 miles an hour.
That's your debate. No, thank you.
It's a valuable contribution to the debate.
We can all judge ourselves on that. Right, Councillor Akin, and I will get this right. Councillor Akinwale has proposed to accept the officer's recommendation, and it was seconded by Councillor Edwards. So is there any reason why we shouldn't go to a vote now? So those in favour, please raise their hands. Well, that's unanimous. And I should have asked you to sit down in the gallery. But it's now been passed. Right, Gemma, we're ready when you are. Item number 9.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, item number 9 is for a proposed dog park, sorry, on land north to Ben's Yard. So as you can see on the aerial, the land is to the northwest of the main Ben's Yard retail site. The site currently comprises an existing agricultural field and is within the same ownership as the wider Ben's Yard site. The application comprises the change of use from the agricultural field to dog park facility. The site falls just below 1 hectare in size, measuring 0.98 hectares. This is 2.42 acres. The site is currently bounded, as we saw earlier, by a wooden post and rail fence on all sides. The proposal includes the provision of new fencing, although specific details have not been provided, and no further equipment is proposed as part of the application. The site is accessed via an existing access off the A142 that serves the main Ben's Yard retail site and a primary access road. The proposals would utilise the overflow car park provided at Ben's Yard to the south, and no additional access or parking provisions are proposed as part of this development. So the main considerations are the principle of development, residential amenity, visual amenity, highway safety and parking, ecology and BNG, and any other matters. The application is located outside of the development framework of Stuntney, Ely and Soham, and in a countryside location where policy growth 2 restricts development. An exception to this is policy COM4, which relates to community facilities. The policy sets out that in exceptional circumstances, facilities may be permitted in the countryside, subject to meeting the criteria. So this criteria is be well located and accessible to its catchment population, not have a significant adverse impact in terms of scale and nature of traffic generated, not have a significant adverse impact to the character or the locality or the amenity of nearby properties, demonstrate that the opportunities have been maximised to share the use, and be designed to facilitate future adaptation for alternative uses. So when considering this in isolation, the site is located some distance away from built-up settlements of Ely and Soham, and those visiting the site from Stuntney would be required to cross the A142 using the traffic island, and these journeys are not considered to be the most appealing walkable or cyclable routes in terms of accessibility. So it's acknowledged that users would probably be relying on private vehicle to access the site. Whilst this is something that's not promoted by Policy Com4, the proposed end use is for a dog park where the comings and goings from the site, where there will be comings and goings from the site and the noise of dogs barking. The end use is not reliant on being close to an existing settlement, and it would not be suitable for this to be situated in proximity to residential areas where there may be other concerns with regards to amenity of nearby occupiers. It's therefore accepted that in this specific instance, this use requires a location removed from residential properties, and this is likely to be situated towards the edge of or outside of settlements, given the size of the site required. In terms of trick generation, the nature of the use proposed would likely be quite low level, and the frequency of users will be very low. The proposal would have limited impact on visual character. As I said, there's no physical structures proposed beyond the boundary fencing. So in terms of the final two criteria of Policy Com4 in relating to maximising shared use and adaptation for future community uses, the proposal has been designed for this specific use, and it's not considered appropriate, given the nature of this use requiring this location, for the site to be promoted for a shared use. Additionally, considering that this specific use and the amount of land required is, it's considered that the amount of land required and this use is required in a location away from built-up residential areas, whereas adaptation for other community uses would need to demonstrate that this specific rural location is required. Notwithstanding, it's considered that given there are no additional structures or permanent structures proposed, the site could easily revert to an agricultural use should this use cease. In terms of residential amenity, as we saw on site, there's neighbouring properties are quite a way away, over 380 metres away, and you've got the Ben's Yard development in between that adds to the separation distance. The proposals don't include any external lighting that would result in light spill, and this would be controlled via condition. In terms of visual amenity, the physical development is only the erection of the fencing, and there are no other structures other than boundary fencing required to facilitate this use, and therefore the impact on the character and appearance of the landscape is minimal. With the exception of the boundary fencing, with no built form or structures are proposed, and the introduction of these structures or other paraphernalia may be considered to be in conflict with the openness of the surrounding landscape. The minimal structures involved in this facilitating this development weigh in its favour, as this would retain an openness of the countryside and allow for that easily reversible development I spoke of, should this no longer be required in the future. There are concerns from officers that introduction of lighting or additional infrastructure could result in urbanisation of this otherwise unspoilt countryside location that would undermine the merits of weighing in favour of this development, and it's therefore considered necessary to restrict any additional development through condition, so additional structures would be required to come in for additional planning permission. Highways and parking. It's acknowledged that the City of Ely Council have raised concerns with regards to the intensification of the junction. However, the Highways Authority have confirmed that they don't have any objections and this would not materially impact the highway. Whilst no details have been provided regarding the booking process of the dog park, the proposals rely on the overspill car park. And as this is surplus to requirements of the main Ben's Yard site, it's considered that this would be sufficient to accommodate the low-level use proposed. In terms of biodiversity net gain, the application is exempt from the net gain condition, as the development is subject to the de minimis exemption due to the lack of structures required. Ecological enhancements are proposed, and this would meet the local requirements. A condition would be appended to secure these. The site is within flood zone 3, however, it's less vulnerable development, and therefore the sequential test does not apply. Officers have weighed the application carefully and note that there is some conflict with Policy Com4 due to the site's rural location. However, a location removed from residential properties and a large site is required for this specific use, and this is unlikely to come forward in a location within a settlement boundary. Furthermore, dog walking, by its very nature, is considered a rural activity, and the wider Ben's Yard site itself is set up to accommodate dogs on site and is a dog-friendly site with walking trails around. Officers note that there has been an application adjacent to the site for tennis courts assessed under the same policy. However, the merits of each application have been determined on their own basis, and the current application is considered to complement the existing offering at Ben's Yard, which hosts monthly social dog walks. Furthermore, with the wider site itself being considered dog friendly, this provides potential for those using the proposed dog park to go on and enjoy activities at Ben's Yard itself. In this regard, the intended dog park could be considered an ancillary offering to the Ben's Yard site, and albeit a very modest economic benefit, this does weigh in support of the application. We've drawn distinct differences between the previously proposed tennis courts adjacent to the site, and as I noted, the reversible nature of this development and the lack of infrastructure required does weigh in favour of its visual impact. The current proposals bring significant benefit in this regard, and should the use cease in the future, it's easily reversible. For these reasons, members are recommended to approve the application.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morby, Alistair Morby. You've got 5 minutes and you should turn the microphone on.
Chair, thank you very much. Also, Chairman, thank you for your report. Thank you very much. And good luck actually in the future. I don't really want to go too much because I think, I think we're talking a dog park and, it's amenities to Ben's Yard, and hopefully it's going to be another additional good facility to the Ben's Yard. So I don't really want to go through and talk for 5 minutes. So really, I just want to come here, and if there's any questions, really, Chairman, from your team members that I can answer before decision made, then not a problem.
Can you just hold on 1 second?
Christine Whelan has a question for the gentleman.
We haven't got to the stage of.
Yeah, but he's just said he wants to take questions.
Oh, so that's part of your presentation, is to take questions. You finished saying?
Yeah, Chairman, I think, hopefully.
Okay, so now it's the questions to. So Christine, I apologise.
I assume that the dog park will be like on a one-person sort of booking system, or are you expecting like groups of dogs in the park?
How these dog parks normally work, because we offer lots of walks already around the Ben's Yard site, it's really, this is offering a place for people to go potentially on their own, whether it's 1 or 2 dogs themselves, so they can have a quiet space where dogs can go and be off the lead. We try and be very careful at Ben's Yard. We have an on-lead policy because there's a lot of public around. This will give the opportunity for people to go out and let dogs off leads in a safe environment.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I assumed, but I just wanted that clarification.
I just wondered if you thought about introducing some little sort of doggy play things, like they do in crafts. So they go up and down and little bendy things like that, so that people can practice that kind of stuff. Not speaking for personal, because my dogs are too thick, so never going to happen.
So's mine. But anything in corporation, I don't want to put ponds in or anything like that. I would basically, if there's facilities and equipment that can be used, obviously Yvonne, who is very experienced in these things, and we've been working through together, and I think we will look at anything that can be removable very quickly. But I just don't want to see the tires everywhere because it's seriously unattractive. So I want to make sure that it's just a usable facility.
Thank you. I notice you mentioned no other equipment. I assume that you will be putting in 2 or 3 dog bins for waste as a matter of good practice. Encourage owners to actually do something about it. Yeah, having had a dog for 16 years ourselves, where we went, Roger went. So having somewhere where you could safely exercise would be, really good. Thank you.
Yeah, to answer about dog bins, there will be plenty. We've got plenty on site already, and actually people do respect the walk. So we're very lucky that we have, we go round every morning anyway, and we will be going around every morning checking this. It will just be part of what we do. So yeah.
Right, we're going to have Mr. Trapp in a minute. Normally we look at 5 minutes as being a presentation by the applicant and then question and answers afterwards. So I don't know quite where we are with the timing at the minute, but if you just sit down, we have got Mr. Trapp or Councillor Trapp wants to ask a question.
Yes. Am I allowed? Thank you. How high is the fencing going to be? Have you got down to that stage?
Fencing's normally about 8 foot. Yeah, 6 foot's too low because there are some dogs that murder, so 8 foot. It's more like deer fencing.
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
very basically, so very sort of treated, nice posts that run around with some deer fencing.
Because I have an anecdote from my son who had a lurcher, and he took it to one of these dog park, and the owner said, "Well, it's quite safe. He won't get out." Whistled to him, and he just jumped clear out 6 foot without touching it.
So before we wind this session up, have anybody got any questions for Mr. Morby? No.
Well, yeah.
You left it so long.
But this is for questions for.
No, we haven't got there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. No, okay, thank you, Mr. Morby. And we've got Yvonne Mackinder. That's it. And you've got 5 minutes.
Right, hello everybody. Thank you for allowing me to come and talk. I'm a dog trainer and behaviourist that works in the area. I also run a dog boarding kennel, and I've come to talk in favour of this proposal. Since COVID, 3 in 10 people have now got a pet, and 37% of the dog owners nowadays are first-time dog owners since COVID. So what we're seeing as a trainer and behaviourist is a lot of people that haven't got a lot of dog owning knowledge. And I feel that this accounts for the increase in dog fouling in public places. It also helps to increase the reactivity of dogs and people not having a code of etiquette really when they're walking their dogs, which results in complaints to local authority dog wardens frequently and to the police. So for me, these secure dog walking fields, we can't have enough of them. They are such a service, not only for the dog owners that are using them, but for the general public at large. Because people that have got a dog that might be a little bit reactive towards other dogs, towards people, if we can divert them into a secure area where they can let their dog off, we'll probably get off lead, we'll probably get less noise complaints because the dogs are more satisfied, because their emotional needs are being met. We're going to get less harassment because we've not got unruly dogs running up to people that are using the public children's parks and play areas. So for me, the reduction in fouling of public places, the reduction in harassment in public places by unruly dogs, the potential to limit noise complaints by dogs because they're getting their emotional needs met. It's, to me, the more of these things we can have, the better for everybody. So that's really all I want to say. Oh, and protection of wildlife and farmland, farm animals as well, of course. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much indeed. Should you just wait where you are in case members have got any questions? No, you've answered them all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we've got comments from the officer.
I'd just like to clarify, Chair, as mentioned, there was mention of additional structures on the site for play or agility. That is something that's recommended through the conditions to be restricted. So if they want to introduce any of those, then they'd need to apply for that separately. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Members, questions to the officer?
my question is exactly that, how the additional equipment was going to be conflicted, no additional equipment, conflicted with Councillor Huffer's desire to have lots of toys or mobility things. Anyway, thank you for the offer, yes. But that will be under condition.
Yes, it'll be under condition. We're not, yeah, it's just we don't have details in front of us, so just so we
Okay,
can
thank
control
you.
that in the future.
Thank you.
So we now move straight on to debate. Christine.
I would like to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation. It seems to be a plus point all round.
Yeah.
Have you got anyone to second?
Oh, Chica. No, Chica, you go.
Chica's going to do that. Okay, so we have a proposal and a second, and that was just simply to accept the officer's recommendation. Well, I think there's no reason why we shouldn't go to a vote. So those in favour of accepting the officer's recommendation? So what's that, sort of 9 and a week one? Okay, I think that's straightforward. Well, then permission has been granted.
Can I just nip to the loo before?
And we're going to have another.
It's only me.
Well, once one goes, so we'll just have a quick 3 minutes. Just run as hard as you can. Yes, Charlotte.
Do you want to pass them round,
Yes.
Chair? Have one, obviously.
We're just passing around really, yes. Charlotte, will you proceed, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, members. Item 10 is for the demolition. Are we waiting? We'll wait then.
Okay, Charlotte, away we go.
Thank you, Chair. Item 10 is for the demolition of a single garage, construction of two semi-detached bungalows and associated works at 12 Swapham Road in Burwell. As you'll see on the board now is the site location plan. And in more detail with an aerial photo, the site is outlined in red. You have Margaret Field to the east, and then following the road to the south, you have towards Swapham Prior, and then you have the Station Gate development to the rear of the site. So as I briefly said before, this proposal is for two new dwellings, the retention of the existing dwelling to the frontage, demolition of the existing garage, the proposal for 6 car parking spaces, 2 for each property, the removal of some of the trees, and a proposed new landscaping scheme. These are some of the site photos that have been taken. Obviously, you'll have seen the site today as we went on the site visit. So the main considerations for this application is the principle of development, including backland development, the design, character and density of the proposals, residential amenity, highways and parking, and the biodiversity and trees. So whilst the principle of development in this location is broadly agreed, and on the basis of it being within the development envelope, Policy Growth 2 requires applications to demonstrate that they would not harm the character or appearance of an area. On the principle of backland development, officers consider there to be harm to the character and appearance of the area, contrary to Growth 2, and therefore the principle of development in this location is not supported. Burwell Parish Council have objected to this application. They did go into detail on their comments regarding backfill properties along Swapham Road and how this application, if it was allowed, would allow precedent along Swapham Road itself. They did submit further comments in October that stated no objection to the amendments. These amendments were the street scene plan and a letter in response to the neighbours' comments, but the objection from the Parish Council still remains. So the proposal would result in the introduction of built form in a location which runs contrary to the prevailing linear character of residential development in this part of Burwell. This would result in an incongruous form of development which would harm the settlement pattern of the area. Furthermore, the proposal, by virtue of its siting and scale, would represent overdevelopment contrary to policies ENV1, ENV2 and HOW2, the Design Guide SPD and the National Design Guide and the MPPF as well. So on this slide, I've identified 3 character areas that I've sort of assessed the application against. There are significant differences between these areas, including the pattern of development, density and materials. So you'll see the 3 colours. The blue is the Swapham Road character area, yellow is the Station Gate development to the rear, and orange is sort of the High Street area and around where the cricket club is. So as you can see, the site is within the blue carriage area of Swapham Road. The prevailing character of this area is detached sort of executive style home plots that set back a short way from the highway edge. They have large residential gardens. They're of a lower density and there's a strong linear pattern with no backland development at all along that road. So the proposal would be visible from the highway. We did have a look at this area of the site earlier and we went along the road. Obviously, you can see the arrow pointing to where you would see the roof form and where we've considered there to be an overdevelopment of the site and harm to the visual amenity. The buildings or the 2 buildings to the rear would extend far beyond the building line of the character of the area into the rear garden of a single dwelling plot. And there is no precedent again within this character area for backland development, and this is representing overdevelopment of the site. So whilst there is no relevant planning history on the site, I have included relevant planning history that is along Swapham Road itself. As with every application, each application must be considered upon its own merits. Precedence on its own is not a material consideration. There should, however, be regard to planning law that leans upon consistency in decision-making. The principle of consistency is not that like cases must be determined alike, but that a decision taker ought, when considering materially similar proposals, to have regard to the principle of consistency and to have good reason if deciding to depart from a previous decision, providing any reasons for such a departure. So in light of this, coloured in yellow on the plan is located 58 Swapham Road. This is within the same character area with that linear pattern. 2 applications were received on this site, one in 2019 for 5 dwellings in a backland location with a new access. This was refused and subsequently dismissed at appeal. The second on the same site at 58 Swapham Road was for 2 dwellings in a backland location, garages and parking. This was also refused in 2023 and dismissed at appeal. So we have looked at the residential amenity of the site, and we've done an assessment to the proposed occupiers and that of the existing at number 12. So the impact of the proposed occupiers, the bungalows, they wouldn't be overbearing or overshadowing in terms of their height because they are bungalows. There could be some possible overlooking from the 3-storey dwellings to the rear, which we looked at the site today, was the 3-storey red brick buildings of Station Gate. And the removal of some trees would actually possibly give some more additional light to those proposed properties, so it would benefit sort of the light that's taken from the rear of those properties. The impact of the existing occupiers at number 12. Neighbours did raise significant concerns about the noise and disturbance to number 12 from the new driveway. That driveway will push round to the side of the site and up round to the rear. That will be used by a minimum of 4 vehicles, 2 for each of the properties, and if they have any visitors, etc. So there would be an increase in noise and vibration and disturbance from the vehicles moving behind the building line and operating towards the area of other residential gardens. But although the noise and disturbance is increased, it's not of a level to warrant a reason for refusal on that matter. In terms of highways, access and movement, we didn't receive any comments from highways. There's no comment on the intensification of use of the existing access, so we can't suggest anything here. The quantity of parking proposed is in accordance with our policy COM 8. That is a requirement for a minimum of 2 parking spaces per dwelling. There are no cycle parking spaces proposed, but this could be secured via a condition. So in terms of biodiversity, the site would create a net loss of 39.2% in biodiversity. The ecologist was consulted on the application, and she suggested that it would be acceptable to purchase off-site requirements as per the mandatory BNG. Again, this would require a pre-commencement condition alongside a LEMP or a small site HMMP. In terms of the trees, we did receive significant neighbour concerns with the impact of the Lilandi tree that we saw to the left of the site. The primary issues here was the impact on the root protection zone. A soft landscaping scheme has also been submitted to the application. However, there are significant amendments that are required. Currently, 4 out of 7 of the proposed trees within that submitted landscape scheme are currently unsuitable, so they would need to be replaced if a condition could be applied. And also for protection of the roots as well, a condition would also have to be applied for possibly a no-dig driveway due to the demolition and the reinstatement of a new driveway. And another point to note as well, the trees that we saw to the side of the site, they will be removed. There are some trees to the rear that would be removed as well, and then some works to those at the rear, which are the big landies that we saw at the back of the site. Other material considerations, it's in flood zone 1. The development is considered acceptable in terms of flood risk, but we don't see that it would be necessary if the application was approved that a drainage condition would be applied. The site is in an area of archaeological potential. Again, no objections made by statutory consultees, and everything can be dealt with by condition. In terms of climate change, no specific measures have been put forward as part of the application, and whilst it weighs against the application, it would not form a reason for refusal. So members are recommended to refuse the application. The proposal would result in the introduction of built form in a location which runs contrary to the prevailing linear character of residential development in this part of Bearwell. The application would create an incongruous form of development which would harm the settlement pattern of the area. The proposal, by virtue of its siting and scale, would represent overdevelopment, and therefore the proposal is contrary to policies ENV1, ENV2, HAL 2 of the Cambridgeshire Local Plan, Chapter 12 of the National Planning Policy Framework, the Design Guide SPD, and the National Design Guide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kratz, I think you know your way around.
It's always sensible to leave the best to last, of course. It's been such a pleasure sitting here. And for those who don't know me, my name is Philip Kratz. I say that because we've had august speakers today. For those who thought they recognised Mr. Ladyman, I looked him up, and yes, he was a star in a reasonably priced car on Top Gear when he was the Transport Minister. So I say I tread in his footsteps. This is an interesting one because, as you probably know, unlike Mr. Ladyman, my only claim to fame is that I worked for 17 years at East Cambridgeshire District Council. And when I landed here in 1980, we had planning issues to do with design. And the one enormous bugbear that we had wasn't backland development, it was ribbon development. And this feeling that as you drove along a road, there was a guard of honour of houses just plonked all the way along the road beside you. And if this continued forever, you'd drive from Burwell through to the Swaffhams and you'd have windows overlooking you all the way. It was our duty to encourage backland development. Now, this was difficult because at the time there was presumptions against tandem development, one behind the other and completely sharing the same driveway, that were a hangover from the 60s. But the policies that we formulated here found their way through to the structure plan as then was, and also to national planning policy guidance, which began to encourage forms of backland development. And the first step was to look at a satisfactory means of access. Now, I don't want to correct your officer, but the Highways Authority responded on the 24th of June. I printed down a copy off the council's website this morning and approved the access and all its details. I say that because the starting point is a satisfactory means of access. And of course, this scheme, for those that are concerned about it, has got 2 parking spaces per unit, not in tandem form. So we meet the access requirement, we meet the parking requirement. The proposal is for 2 modest bungalows, and it's a semi-detached form of development. And I've sat in this committee so many times as people have worried about the lack of bungalows coming forward. So the next things you look at, having established a satisfactory means of access, is to look at the principles of good neighbourliness. Is there overlooking, overshadowing, any other loss of privacy or overbearing presence? Well, of course, it's jolly difficult to get that when you have a bungalow. And it's been accepted since the policies were changed in the early 90s to get away with alleging any of those in a bungalow form of development. So we have a satisfactory means of access, no overlooking, no overshadowing, no overbearing presence, and no other loss of privacy. Now, I, as a planning lawyer, would label that harm. So you might not like the form of development, but that's a completely subjective thing. If it's policy compliant so far, and you're looking for the harm, I've struggled to identify the harm with this development. I then move on to the benefits, and of course, the form of development in this locality, it had been ribbon development, and notwithstanding what the officer has pointed out with regard all the way down to number 58, which I think it says in the report is 14 dwellings away, halfway there at number 40, there is a backland development. It's obvious from the Ordnance Survey map, and it was formed part of the agenda papers, the larger scale one. So yes, it's accepted that the predominant form of development along that area is the ribbon development that we hated so much, and I still do. But of course, you're in a transition when you reach this site, because there is backland, or there's development behind this development in the station development. There is development out of kilter with this development because the building line is not honoured. All of a sudden, the building line goes back to be in line with the proposed 2 new bungalows. And that will all make sense if you look at the Ordnance Survey map, or if it were up on the screen. So we have the Highways Authority actually approving it, and we have no harm. The next problem is that when I spoke to the parish council, they thought that when they'd considered the amendments, they thought they'd approved the scheme or raised no objection to the scheme. They didn't understand the subtleties where their previous objections still stood, and yet they had no objections to an amendment. It's been called into committee, this, by the local member, so it can have a wider airing. I would suggest that there is no harm from this development. The small glimpse of the site through a gap which would reveal a very low ridgeline, does not impact on the street scene in a way that would cause significant harm. But in the meantime, you have 2 more windfall dwellings to add to your stock. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kratz. Away you go.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that speech. Would the applicant consider building a detached bungalow, just one, to deal with the issue of overdevelopment? Thank you.
The short answer is yes, but the longer answer is I'm not sure there'd be any difference in the impact of that development, because I'm looking for that list of things with the overlooking, overshadowing, overbearing presence. And overdevelopment of itself doesn't mean anything unless there's a consequence. So if there's overdevelopment causing a traffic problem or an overlooking problem or anything else, that's overdevelopment. If it doesn't cause those problems, or if one bungalow causes the same issues as 2, then you're not really ameliorating any harm. So the short answer is yes, but I can't see there's a rational basis for that.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Christine and then Lavinia.
I'm almost a friend to this application because for the last 45 odd years, my own home is again considered to be background development with a shared driveway, and that has been a very happy arrangement. So it's not difficult for me to get my head around this. Like my colleague, I'm wondering, because the 2 bungalows did look a little bit snug on the application, so I'm just wondering if perhaps even a slightly larger single bungalow might be more acceptable to the detractors. I merely make this point, that would cut down perhaps half the traffic coming past the host dwelling. But yeah, it doesn't cause me a problem. But I live in Littleport, I don't live in Burwell.
The same answer that well, yes, but I then struggled to rationalise that, because I think, one dwelling would cause very little harm, and 2 times very little is still very little. So,
Lavinia.
The 2 bungalows to the right of the 12 Sutton Road, they're set right back. Would you know whether there had been at any time a building to the front of them in your experience? Because I was told there was a possibility that there was one at one stage.
I've looked at some old ordnance survey maps, and that's as far as I've gone, and I haven't found any evidence that there was anything in front of them. But again, if you look at the ordnance survey maps, it almost begs to have something put in front of them, because it's so incongruous. That's the incongruity, which I can barely say, rather than putting the backland bungalows where we're proposing now, because they're in line with those.
Have you, Alan?
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question. When we were on site today, and I can't remember exactly what the officer said actually, there was a tree on the left-hand side on that towards the end of the existing bungalow. What's the applicant's plans with that tree? Because I think there's concerns about the root impact on that tree. Or is it you're thinking of removing it? Really? Yeah.
We're thinking of removing it, and that's because we've taken a fully integrated approach to the advice on the landscaping scheme, where some of the trees are incongruous and some are of no value, and we'd much rather go in with one complete whole scheme rather than do it as a game of 2 halves with removals and then replacements. So it's a matter subject to expert advice.
Have you got any more questions for Mr. Kratz? No, thank you, Mr. Kratz. Officers, have you got any more comments you'd like to make?
If I may, Chair, and I'll bring it back to current guidance and current policies with regards to layouts of developments. The council's own design guide, members, your adopted design guide is very clear. Bear with me while I pull up the right thing on my screen. So page 25 of your design guide refers to backland development, and it states, backland development, one dwelling built behind another, will only be acceptable if supported by contextual analysis of locality, particularly with reference to the points below about large houses. None of the points that Mr. Kratz raises are on here as material considerations as to whether backland development would be acceptable. There are other elements. Most of these are not hugely relevant to the question in hand, which talks about adequate protection against noise and disturbance. The officers already covered that today in the presentation. Adjacent land, there isn't any in this instance. And there must be space within the curtilage to construct a dwelling. Now, members may have their own view as to whether or not there's enough space for 2 dwellings on the site, but with regards to the first comment, which is the contextual analysis, that is your starting point for whether or not backland development is acceptable. The last point, which is that there should be no presumption that large houses in extensive curtilages should be able to subdivide the garden ground into smaller plots. It is important to retain a stock of housing that can accommodate the growth aspirations of Ely and larger settlements in East Cambridgeshire, where there will be demand for such executive style dwellings. That is then linked back to policies ENV1 and ENV2, and obviously the wider policy how to with regards to layout and locational. But anyway.
I think first. Charlotte, first of all, I really enjoyed your coloured character areas. I thought it was a really nice thing. The other, I had another question. I mean, that was just an approval. The question is, to the southwest of this site, there's a small building adjacent to it. I can't remember what it was. Was that a garage?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
So it is a garage, even though it goes from 12 to 14, 12 to 16 in the house numbering.
Is it this one on the screen here?
Yes.
Yes, that's the garage for the neighbouring dwelling.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Yes, okay. Right. The rest is comments for general debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Huffer.
Charlotte, Mr. Kratz asked or stated that there was existing backfill development at number 40. But I've tried and I'm just seeing there is, where do we say it was? There just seemed to be a little thing a bit further up. It shows clearly a house, and then possibly a little side road. Sorry, I can't. Yeah, could be.
Yeah, we have had a quick look at that. It does look to be part of sort of like a wider sort of, maybe it was a farmstead initially, and there's a collection of buildings that are residential as well. So it's more of a collection which is outside of like a residential sort of pattern of development there.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you. That was it for me. Thank you. And Lavinia.
Lavinia.
Thank you. Charlotte, this application is in the development envelope, isn't it? You referred to the 2 applications which were dismissed at appeal at 58 Swaffham Road. Were they in the envelope at all or not?
Yes, they were.
Okay, we now move on to debate. Members, where you go. Councillor Wilson.
I'll start off. When you look at page 265, it does seem fairly arbitrary to say that you shouldn't have this development, which would be in line with all the other houses to the right of it and the garage on the left. I'm not quite sure why it shouldn't be there. It doesn't seem to me to cause a great problem. It doesn't seem to be that there's any straight line of, this is all front line development, which it is further up, but not all the way along. So I don't quite understand that. I think it might be a question to officers. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I was looking at this, and although there are these bungalows to the east of it, I think that the current proposal is just overdevelopment. If you look at the garden spaces, the space there, it's very much in contrast, as Charlotte pointed out, with the coloured maps that you drew for us infants that we need colour. That there's a difference between the dense station development, Station Gate, and this development along the whatever it is, the Swaffham Road, I think it is. So I think there's actually it's quite intense, that development. Maybe one would be possibly good, but I don't think that much is actually acceptable. So I would go along with the officer and reject this. If you want a proposal, yes. Well, of course not, Huffer.
No. Can I ask you, Councillor Trapp, are you proposing
that we go with the officers?
You are?
Yes.
Right, so we make a note of that.
Oh, yeah, and there's me as well here.
You're speaking.
I'd like to speak. I'm happy to second that proposal, John. I have to say, when I was on site, I wasn't 100% certain, but to put 2 bungalows in that back garden would definitely amount, in my opinion, to overdevelopment. And I would also say that it is a dangerous precedent to set using backfill development, especially on this particular road, where clearly it has not happened before. And I think if it's gone to appeal twice and been dismissed twice, that is obviously something that the planning inspector agrees with as well. So I'm happy to second, Chair.
Councillor Ambrose-Smith.
Might this be a candidate for considering a deferral in case the applicants do choose to come back with perhaps one single-storey dwelling as
Councillor Ambrose-Smith, we have to either refuse or accept what's in front of us.
Oh, we have deferred in the past, haven't we?
Once.
To allow for some wiggle room.
Once. Then we could put it to a vote. There is already a proposal and a seconded to accept the officer's opinion. But have we, well, we're still on debate. Has anybody else got anything? Yes, please.
I think I agree with Councillor Ambrose Smith. I think if we can defer it, provided the applicant, he did mention the applicant is willing to do 1 bed if possible, then I'm happy to support that particular route.
Hang on, I've got hands going up all over the place. I have Alan, Lavinia and Gareth.
We've got
Alan, Lavinia and
Alan,
Gareth,
first of
and then
all, Alan
Christine.
Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I can see why Philip Crapps pushed the. You look at the map and you can see why on the as you look at it on the right hand side of the property, the building line is much further back, the bigger front garden. So I can see, you know, I'd probably, you know, to do the same and argue that point. I do think it's overdevelopment in the back garden. And again, I know, and we can't take this into account, but I will mention it. I know highways have said no comment, but it's one of my pet hates because highways tend not to comment on things that I think they should do and then comment on things they don't. So I just think it's a very, when we were there on site today, I just thought it was a very narrow access between the existing bungalow and the fence. Whether you can move that fence out, I don't know, but that's purely a personal comment that obviously is not relevant to the debate because highways have said there's no access problems.
It was purely on the point raised about deferring. We should be determining the application in front of ourselves on its merits. Committee is not a place where we should be negotiating a planning application. Thank you.
Lavinia.
Thank you. In view of the sort of mixed feeling here, if it's possible, could we go for a defer on it at all?
Well, we've just been advised that that's not the way to go. And we have got a proposal to accept the officer's opinion. Now, if the accepting of the officer's opinion doesn't pass, then we could come back and discuss what we're going to do. Councillor Trapp.
No, he's not on the list. Gareth's next. He is on the list, but he's at the bottom of the list.
Well, Councillor Wilson.
If we think we're deferring it so they can come back with one bungalow instead of two, then the thing to do is to reject it and let him come back with a proposal for one bungalow next time. And that would be a perfectly reasonable thing to do. But we can't just defer something because we don't like the plan in front of us. If it was a minor modification, but it's not. If you had to make two bungalows into one, it's a major thing and it needs to become as a separate application. So I'll support deferring and not deferring, rejecting.
Any circumstances, not deferring.
No, not deferring. And we've got
Now we've got Christine Whelan.
we've got Christine Whelan.
He's been waiting very patiently.
Yeah.
My thoughts were when I was out there that it was very narrow. The driveway at the side of the bungalow was not really acceptable distance between the actual going down the side and the actual end of the bungalow. Also, I feel it opens up, looking at the actual site plan around there, it opens up a lot of other opportunities for other people to do the same. Looking at the plan and the house opposite, for instance, there are plenty of spaces there where you could, in future, other people could, if we set a precedence, then other people can do the same. That's my view.
Thank you. And Councillor Trapp.
About deferment, there was no problem. Why? But it was so adequately and beautifully expressed by Councillor Whelan. Not Councillor Whelan, Councillor Wilson, yes. That there's no point in deferment. The applicant knew that this was going to be refused. They could have actually withdrawn it, and they've just chanced their arm at planning committee, I think. So I would still support the officer's recommendation that this be refused.
Okay, so we have a proposal from Councillor Trapp, second by Councillor Huffer, that we accept the officer's recommendation and refuse the application. And that's the first one we're going to go to vote on, and it may eliminate a second. So will those in favour of that please raise their hands? Will those against it please raise their hands? And are there any abstentions? Well, the application is refused, and we will, of course, not be going to the second vote on deferral. So I'm sorry, but the item has been refused. Item number 11, David, it's you.
Thank you, Chair. It's late enough, so I don't propose to take up much of anyone's time. I'm going to ask members please to note agenda item number 11. So that is the planning performance reports for both August and September. And I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just in regards to the ordering of consultation dates, I noticed that some of them were a bit mixed up. I don't know if that was done intentionally with some of the items on the agenda today. Some of the dates were mixed up. So let's say there was a consultation by a particular group in June, and then in October, and some of them were mixed up. For instance, I think on page 177, for instance, the dates were mixed up, so it's not really done in an actual order.
if I'm honest with you, Councillor Akinwale, we are changing how we do committee reports, and it will be purely the most recent comments from consultees will be bullet pointed for you for your convenience, and then should members be interested in the history, that will be on the planning file. But at the moment, what we have is 20 odd pages worth of consultee responses, when actually really the pertinent things are whether there is an objection or not an objection. So that will be naturally sorted out when we move to the new templating way of doing things.
Okay, thank you. And also in regards to my observation for today, for instance, there are some longer items, for instance, the care home agenda, which typically took 2 hours, whereas there were some single ones that took like 30 minutes. Is it possible to rearrange the agendas to fit in with the smallest to the longest, so that people, if that makes sense?
Usual protocol is to do your bigger stuff first, because that is the thing that most people are likely to be here for and will have a wider public interest. That is why normally we will have the larger developments first. Unfortunately, the way that we do things here is we have the agenda numbered prior to coming into the meeting. Some councils will rearrange it depending on the speakers list. That's down to the discretion of the chair. We don't know when we are going out to put the agenda together exactly how many speakers we'll get, for example, on each side, and which ones will be quick and which ones won't. Because trust me, if I was a betting man, I'd be wrong quite frequently as to which ones will take time and which ones will go through quickly. So as a general rule of thumb, we tend to try and put the bigger things at the start, because that tends to be where you have most people in the room, with the theory being you try and clear your galleries as you go through, because why do they want to wait around to the end of the meeting?
That's fine, thank you.
Any member, Alan?
Just very quickly, I don't want to, and it may just be seasonal. Looking at the September report against August, we've got a lot more appeals in September and August. Is that just because the inspectors are on holiday in August, so we don't get to the minute?
The simple answer is we tend to get appeal decisions in waves, and that tends to be because they'll allocate an inspector for an area. They'll give them 2 or 3 appeals normally on the same day that they'll go out and do the site visits on, if they're written representations. And because they're targeted with a 6-week turnaround from site visit, you normally find that those appeal decisions literally drop for our letterbox, bang, bang, bang. So there's no rhyme or reason to it. We get them when we get them, and not very speedily normally.
Gareth.
This isn't really a question on this, but it's a thing that was worrying me, is that some parish members and villagers spend a lot of time doing their plan, thinking about what they want for their village, but they can allow things to slip through what they definitely do not want, like, for example, the one we were talking about for a long while before. And it's because somehow or other, the wording in the plan didn't quite meet what was needed to be what they wanted. And this, can many officers perhaps look at, before we actually approve next village plan, say, right, oh, jolly good, but have you thought this? And do you think you could tidy it up to make sure that what you really want is actually what you actually get? Because we don't really want to have things which say, well, the parish council say this is our plan, and we don't want this thing, but the officer comes along and say, well, but it doesn't say that in the village plan properly. It says something slightly less, slightly woolly.
The simple answer is no. The long answer is a neighbourhood plan is there as a document effectively to say yes, rather than to say no. And what I mean by that is a neighbourhood plan is there as a way for communities and neighbourhoods to guide where they want development. It is not, unfortunately, a way of building upon the local plan or the MPPF or anything like that, as an ability to say, no, we don't want that. So I hear what you're saying, and I have to be honest, I have a bit of sympathy with regards to people's opinions as to thinking they have that control, but the neighbourhood plan process is there so that development can be guided to where communities want it, but not as a way for communities to be able to block development, because the way that the legislation works around neighbourhood plans is that it basically says that it must be broadly in accordance with the MPPF and the local plan, and it must not go further in a negative way than the local plan. It can go further positively, so it can actually open up development, but what it cannot do is it cannot preclude it. Now, I realise that sounds quite harsh, but that is the way the legislation is at the moment, so.
But I think most people designing their plan would think the most important thing they're saying they positively is to keep the village envelope the way they've designed it.
I appreciate and understand that, but there just isn't a mechanism to further reinforce that, I'm afraid.
Christine.
Sorry, sort my bag out. I do have a little bit of a problem because with village plans in year whatever, a lot of people spend a lot of time saying, oh, we don't want this, we don't want that. But life moves on, and 2, 3, 5 years down the line, the community may have changed, the thoughts on development may have changed, and yet you get the people who have spent hours of their lives working on this plan, they can't get away with thinking this is set in stone, whereas life moves on. And I do have a real problem with that because, you know, we all have to be open to new thoughts, new developments, and, you know, there's not a lot we can do about it, but so often people keep banging on, this is our village plan. Well, yes, it might have been, you know, at that point in time. I mean, I don't know if anybody thinks like that also.
There is an expectation, again, within the legislation that neighbourhood plans should be reviewed. I believe, it's not an area of expertise for me, but I believe it's expected to be roughly every 4 years, or when there is a significant change to either the local plan or underlying planning legislation.
As Sutton have done.
Yes, and yes.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, you'll tend to find with neighbourhood plans is they are, by their very nature, they're more often refreshed actually than local plans are. So they do have that ability to keep up with the times.
Difficult one, isn't it?
Okay, well, thank you very much for your patience, members and officers, this afternoon. We do try and get things sorted out, and sometimes it requires an expert touch and a bit of discussion. So we do want to get these things dealt with as best we can. And unfortunately, a lot of the reasons why some of us didn't like the Fordham development were not sort of repeatable objections. So we had to try and find something that was as near as we could get. Anyway, thank you very much. It's been a long day and I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Chair.
Ah.